Hey guys! Tonight you find yourself standing just outside the heavy oak gates of a medieval castle, the world still wrapped in that deep, breath-held silence before dawn. The air bites at your nose and cheeks, sharp with frost and the faint tang of wood smoke drifting from somewhere within the walls, beneath your boots. The ground is stiff with cold mud, and when you shift your weight, it gives a reluctant squelch, as though even the earth would rather still be asleep, somewhere far off. A bell tolls once slow, hollow, and distant, reminding you that time moves here by sound, not by clock. You pull your cloak a little tighter, though it smells faintly of damp wool and horse. Medieval travel brochures, if such things existed, would have painted this as a noble and rustic experience. They would have neglected to mention how cold your toes feel, or how your breath fogs like a tired ghost in front of your face. Truth be told, you probably would not last a week out here. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you feel like it, go ahead and comment your location and the local time where you are now. It's always a quiet comfort to know where in the world these stories are drifting tonight. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The gate creaks open with a sound that seems far too loud for the hour, and you duck beneath its iron-studded archway into the castle yard. Immediately, the air changes. It is warmer here, just slightly, held in by thick stone walls that rise around you like a patient, watchful ring. Torches gutter low in their brackets, their flames weak and wavering, casting shadows that stretch long and thin across the ground. You are not here as a guest. No, you have come to work, and not the sort of work that earns a place near the fire or a seat at the Lord's table. You are here to clean. Even now, it is hard to tell whether people in this time think of cleaning as a task or as a condition of existence, like breathing or enduring cold. No one can quite agree how long a castle truly stays clean, if it ever does at all. A figure meets you just inside the yard, wrapped in a thick cloak, face half hidden beneath a woolen hood. They do not greet you so much as gesture you onward with a nod that feels both tired and practiced. You follow, boots tapping softly on worn stone as you pass beneath another arch and into the inner hall. Inside, the smell hits you first. Old smoke, stale ale, damp rushes, and something faintly sour perhaps from yesterday's spilled pottage or a forgotten trencher. The great hall looms around you, vast and shadowed, its high beams lost in darkness above. Only a few candles remain lit, their beeswax pooled and hardened at odd angles, their light barely enough to push back the gloom. The fire in the hearth has collapsed into a bed of dull red embers. Occasionally, one flickers, sending a soft pulse of warmth across the room, but it is a fading thing, like the last breath of yesterday's life. You step forward, and your boot crunches softly. Looking down, you see the rushes. They are strewn thick across the stone floor, dried grasses and reeds, meant to soften the hardness beneath foot and soak up spills. But now they are trampled, flattened, and darkened in places. Here and there, you notice scraps of food, a gnawed bone, a crust of bread, something that might once have been a piece of fish. It is difficult to be certain. Some swear that fresh herbs are sometimes mixed into the rushes to sweeten the air, lavender, rosemary, even mint. But if that was done here, it was many days ago. What remains now is something closer to the memory of freshness than the thing itself. You are handed a wooden rake, its teeth worn smooth from long use. There is no ceremony to this moment, no speech, no instruction. The meaning is clear enough. You begin. The rake drags through the rushes with a dry, whispering sound. gathering them into uneven heaps. It is slow work and strangely heavy. The rushes cling together, damp in places, resisting your effort as though reluctant to leave their place on the floor. As you work, the silence of the hall settles around you. It is not complete silence, never that. There is always something, a distant clatter from the kitchens, the soft scurry of something small in the walls, the low murmur of voices far away, perhaps guards changing watch, and above it all, the faint creak of the timbers, shifting gently as the night loosens its hold. You move steadily, pushing the rushes into piles, then bending to gather them into a rough basket. Your hands grow cold quickly, the wicker biting at your fingers. Occasionally, you pause to straighten your back, feeling the stiffness already beginning to settle in your shoulders. This is only the beginning. It is said, though, no one can quite agree whether it is true that a castle floor must be cleared of its rushes every few days, lest it begin to breed more than just unpleasant smells. Fleas, lice, and other less welcome creatures make their homes in the layers, thriving in the warmth and scraps left behind. You try not to think about that too closely. Instead, you focus on the rhythm of the work. Rake, gather, lift. Rake, gather, lift. It becomes almost meditative in its way, like the slow tolling of the bell you heard outside. As the piles grow, the stone floor beneath begins to show itself uneven, worn, and stained in places where countless feet have passed. It is not smooth, it is not kind, and soon enough it will need scrubbing as well. But that is for later. For now, you work in the half-light, your breath misting faintly, your ears slowly adjusting to the quiet life of the castle before dawn. At some point, a dog appears. You do not see where it comes from. One moment you're alone, and the next there is a shape near the edge of the hall, a medium-sized creature with rough fur and watchful eyes. It stands still for a while, observing you as though trying to decide whether you are worth the effort of knowing. Then with a small huff, it wanders closer. It does not bark. It does not wag its tail. It simply sits near one of your growing piles of rushes and watches. You're not sure whether it belongs to anyone in particular. In a place like this, ownership is often a flexible concept. Some swear that certain dogs attach themselves to whoever feeds them last. Others insist they are loyal to the castle itself, as if the stones had claimed them. Either way, you seem to have gained a companion. You glance at it once, then return to your work. It seems content with that arrangement. The sky beyond the narrow windows begins, almost imperceptibly, to lighten, not with colour, not yet, but with a thinning of darkness, a softening of the black into something closer to grey. Dawn is coming. And with it, more people, more movement, more mess. You gather another basket of rushes and carry it toward the side door, your boots echoing softly on the newly revealed stone. The cold greets you again as you step outside, sharper now that your body has grown used to the dim warmth within. You empty the basket into a growing heap near the wall. Later, it will be burned or spread somewhere less important. Perhaps in the outer yard, perhaps along a muddy path. Nothing here is truly wasted, only moved from one purpose to another. When you return inside, the hall looks not clean, exactly, but clearer, as though a veil has been lifted. And yet, even now, it is hard to tell whether your work has made a lasting difference. The stains remain, the smells linger, the stones remember everything. Still, you take a small, quiet satisfaction in the change. There is a moment, brief and almost gentle, when the hall feels paused between states no longer the chaos of yesterday's feast, not yet the bustle of the coming day. You stand there, rake in hand, breath steadying, and for just a heartbeat, the castle feels as though it belongs to no one but you. It does not last. From somewhere deeper within, a bell begins to ring clearer now, closer. 1, 2, 3 slow strikes. The sound rolls through the stone, filling the hall, brushing against the rafters, settling into your bones. The castle is waking, and your work is only just beginning. The bell's last note seems to linger in the stone long after the sound itself is gone, as though the castle keeps a memory of every strike. You feel it faintly in your hands while you lift the next basket, and in your shoulders while you bend again to the work. Dawn has not so much arrived as seeped in, pale and cautious, through the narrow window slits high in the hall. The light is thin, almost monkish in its restraint, and it reveals the floor with a kind of honesty that candlelight never bothers with. What remains after the first clearing is not the clean dignity of noble life. It is the underlayer, the truth beneath the feast. You stand in the middle of the great hall and look down at stone newly exposed where the old rushes have been taken away. There are smears of grease dull against the slabs, muddy heel marks hardened at the edges, crusts of something once soft and warm, a scatter of nutshells, and the little white shard of what might be egg or onion skin or bone. In the corner near the hearth lies a broken trencher, stale bread once used as a plate, now stiff enough to ring faintly when nudged by your boot. The dog has followed you back in and now lies nearby with its paws tucked beneath it, wearing the expression of someone who has thoughtfully decided not to help. Medieval dogs, you begin to suspect, understand delegation better than many lords. A woman enters from a side passage carrying a broad wicker trug against her hip. She's older than you first thought in the yard, though it is difficult to tell age exactly in this place, where wind and work carve the face faster than time alone. Her sleeves are rolled, and her hands are red from cold water. She gives the floor one look and snorts softly through her nose. "You missed the bones near the dais," she says, not unkindly. You look toward the raised platform at the far end of the hall, where the Lord's table had stood the evening before. Sure enough, there they are, 2 gnawed joints and a curl of fish skin nestled in the shadow of the bench leg, as if noble scraps naturally hide closer to noble wood. You fetch them and drop them into her basket. The sound they make is disappointingly wet. She introduces herself only as Agnes, which feels less like a formal exchange and more like a practical footnote added to the morning. There is no discussion of where you are from or whether you slept well. Medieval people rarely waste good weariness on unnecessary questions. She simply sets down the trug, takes up a handbrush made from bound twigs, and begins flicking smaller debris from between the cracks in the stone. You join her on your knees. At once the world narrows to ground level. The great hall is no longer a grand chamber of banners and beams, but a landscape of grit and crumbs. Bits of rush stem catch in your sleeves. Ash streaks your fingers. Something cold and sticky clings briefly to the back of your hand, and you decide, with admirable self-preservation, not to investigate it too closely. Agnes works with the calm of long habit. "Always scrape before scrubbing," she murmurs, as if repeating a prayer taught in childhood. "Otherwise you only make a thin soup of it." This seems wise. You use a flat wooden scraper to loosen what the brush cannot lift. Here a strip of congealed fat, there a patch of dried pottage, pale and stubborn. Near the hearth, blackened drips of tallow have hardened into waxy crescents, where a candle must have leaned and wept itself onto the floor. In one narrow seam between stones you discover a bead, blue as a winter saint's robe, lost perhaps from some lady's sleeve or veil days ago. Agnes glances at it and says you may keep it if you like, though you cannot tell whether this is generosity or the practical recognition that no one is going to launch a full inquiry over one missing bead in a castle this drafty. You tuck it into your pouch anyway, a little treasure from the kingdom of grime. As the light grows stronger, the floor reveals more of its history. Here are dark circles where ale barrels once stood. There are faint scratches from dragged benches, chips from boots fitted with rough iron, and one long stain shaped almost like a river winding through the stone. Some swear such stains never truly leave, no matter how much sand, lye, or water you throw at them. Others say the marks stay because the house likes to remember who was eaten there, in a castle. Even the floor has opinions. Agnes sends you to fetch a bucket from the yard pump. Outside, the cold has sharpened into morning properly now. The sky is pearl grey, and a thin ribbon of smoke rises from several vents and chimneys within the walls. Stable boys cross the yard carrying bundles of hay. Somewhere a rooster tries its best to sound authoritative, though it comes off more like a clerk clearing his throat. The stones underfoot are wet, and the frost has given up in shiny patches that make the ground look slick as fish skin. At the pump, 2 kitchen lads are already drawing water, yawning with their mouths wide enough to swallow sunrise. One of them nods to you, then glances at your bucket and says, "Hall work." You nod. He winces in sympathy, as if you had announced a mild but persistent disease. The water that splashes into the bucket is painfully cold, bright as glass. Your knuckles ache around the handle by the time you carry it back in. Agnes has meanwhile brought a sack of clean sand and a smaller jug that smells faintly sharp and mineral, perhaps lye water thinned for scrubbing. No one can quite agree on the best method for cleaning stone. Some insist on sand alone. Some swear by hot ash mixed with water. Some claim that if you whisper a charm against foul vapours while scrubbing, the room will stay sweet longer. Agnes appears to believe mostly in elbow strength. She sprinkles sand across a greasy section near the centre of the hall. Then she hands you a stiff brush. You kneel again and begin to scour. The sound is rough and steady, like small waves over shingle. Sand grinds against stone. The brush rasps over the slab, and little muddy lines form, then pale, then dark again as more water is added. It is hard work in the true medieval sense, simple, repetitive, absolutely uninterested in your feelings. After a few moments your shoulders begin to burn. After a few more, your wrists complain. Somewhere beyond that, the body gives up protesting and simply becomes a machine with aches. And yet the floor changes. Bit by bit its dullness lightens. Grease lifts. Mud loosens. The stone takes on a faint, honest grey. Cold and plain and almost respectable. You move from slab to slab, leaning into the brush, then wringing out a rag to gather the slurry of filth before it dries again. Agnes works opposite you with enviable efficiency, making little grunting sounds when a stain resists. Twice she spits lightly on a stubborn patch before scraping it, and twice it works alarmingly well. You make a note of this and then decide you would rather forget it. The dog wanders over, sniffs one wet area, and immediately sneezes. "Good," Agnes says to the animal. "Means it's cleaner already." There is humour in this place, but it wears muddy boots. When the worst of the floor has been scrubbed, you move to the edges, where benches had sat and where the rushes had gathered deepest. The dirt here is older, compacted, threaded with dust and ash and whatever generations of careless boots have brought in from yard and road. You find mouse droppings no bigger than caraway seeds. You find a bent pin. You find what appears to be the shriveled remains of some herb once scattered for scent. Rosemary, perhaps, or rue, or something no one now remembers except that it was meant to offend evil spirits more than pleasant noses. Some swear that sweet-smelling herbs laid in halls do more than freshen the air. They are said to confuse wandering sickness, tempt good fortune, and keep the restless dead from finding the warmest corner near the hearth. Even now, it is hard to tell whether such things are believed fully or merely repeated because no one wishes to be the one who stopped doing them just before disaster. You cannot mock the habit too much. In a world with so little control, small rituals begin to feel like architecture. By the time the first real gold of morning touches the upper beams, the hall floor has been cleared, scraped, brushed, and partly washed, not fully, not perfectly. Perfection would be a strange ambition here, like trying to polish weather, but the worst of yesterday has been pushed aside. Agnes straightens slowly, pressing a hand to the small of her back. You do the same and feel your spine unfold with the solemn reluctance of an old hinged gate. For a moment the two of you simply stand and breathe in the changed room. It still smells of smoke. Of course it does. It always will. But now there is also the scent of wet stone, sharp and clean in its own stern way. The hall feels less like the aftermath of appetite and more like a place that might receive daylight without embarrassment. Then Agnes points toward the heap of discarded rushes near the side door. "Not done," she says. Naturally. The old rushes must now be sorted before replacement can come later. Not every armful is equally worthless. The top layers are mostly foul enough to toss straight onto the midden pile or toward the burn heap, but deeper in the baskets are drier lengths still usable for stable bedding or for strewing some lesser corner that no one important will sniff too closely. Waste is a sin when winters are long and wagons slow. Even filth enjoys a second career. So you crouch beside the piles and begin to separate them, pulling out cleaner straw-like lengths from blackened clumps. It is close work and itchy work. Dust rises into your face, your nose prickles. Once you uncover a small object wrapped in a knot of stems, a chicken bone tied with faded red thread. You hold it up. Agnes glances over and immediately makes the sign against ill fortune. "Throw that in the fire," she says. "What is it? A charm, a curse, or rubbish?" Best not to ask which. Those who tell the tale never fully agree how many protections and petty malices drift around a castle unnoticed. A token tucked under rushes, a muttered blessing over a threshold, a bent nail driven above a door, a saint's badge hidden in a beam, a bone tied with thread to sour someone's sleep. In such a place, belief lives low to the ground. You carry the little thing to the hearth and drop it among the embers. It curls at once, thread darkening, bone blackening, and for just a moment a smell rises that is part feather, part dust, part something older. The dog watches with unexpected seriousness. By now more people pass through the hall, a pair of servants carrying folded wool blankets, a sleepy scribe with ink on his thumb and a face like unfinished parchment, a guard rubbing his jaw and trying not to look as though he has dozed on watch. They walk over the cleaned stones with the absent confidence of people who assume the world sorts itself out beneath them. Perhaps that is what castles teach best. Not grandeur, not chivalry, but the invisible labour required to keep cold stone habitable. Agnes disappears briefly and returns with an armful of fresh rushes mixed with cut herbs. This is not the final laying for the evening feast that will come later and thicker, but a light strewing for the daytime, enough to soften the hall and sweeten the air modestly. She tosses a handful to you. You spread them across the driest areas, and at once the room changes again. A green scent rises, thin but welcome. Mint, maybe, or meadow sweet. Something humble and alive. The contrast with what came before is almost luxurious. The dog immediately circles twice and lies down on the freshest patch, proving itself a connoisseur. Agnes notices your expression and says, "He always finds the best bit, better nose than most Christians." There is, you think, no real argument against this. You fetch the last basket of useless refuse and carry it outside. Morning has fully opened now. The yard rings with movement, pails clanking, hooves striking stone, voices low and practical. A boy with a bundle of firewood nearly collides with you and mumbles an apology without slowing. Somewhere above, from a chapel window or perhaps the wall walk, someone is singing under their breath, one plain line of hymn or habit slipping into the cold air. You tip the basket onto the heap and watch a few loose stems blow away across the yard. When you return to the hall, the transformation is modest but unmistakable. The floor is no longer merely uncovered, it is prepared. The hall is awake, not grand, not gleaming, but ready to receive the day's traffic, the noble boots, the muddy dogs, the servants with platters, the mess that has not yet happened. And you, already tired, are only at the start. The bell sounds again, nearer now, and you realize with a kind of resigned admiration that a castle creates dirt almost as fast as it creates authority. The old rushes are gone, the hidden bones and scraps have been gathered, the stone beneath has been scraped back into honesty. Yet even as you stand there with herb scent in your nose and grit on your sleeves, a kitchen lad hurries through carrying a sloshing pot and leaves 3 damp drops in his wake. The dog lifts its head, sees the new mess and puts it back down. A philosophy, perhaps? You lean on the handle of your brush for one brief breath. Looking across the hall you've helped rescue from the remains of the night. Then Agnes nods upward toward the soot-dark beams and the shadowed reach above the hearth. The floor, she's silently informing you, was only the ground. The day still has plenty of castle left in it. With the floor at least briefly persuaded into decency, your eyes begin to travel upward, and immediately you understand why a medieval castle can consume an entire day of cleaning without ever once looking truly finished. The ground has been coaxed into order. The trouble now hangs above your head. The great hall's rafters disappear into a smoky dimness that the new morning light only partly penetrates. What seemed at first like simple shadow now reveals itself as layers of soot, cobweb, grease haze, and old smoke settled over years, perhaps generations, as patiently as winter dust on a chapel shelf. The beams themselves are dark oak, thick and ancient, with a look of having endured everything: feasts, fasts, arguments, songs, drafts, and the long complaint of weather against stone. Below them the hearth crouches in the centre of one wall like the true heart of the place vast, black-lipped and never entirely asleep. Even now, with only embers left, it breathes out a stale warmth that carries the scent of ash, charred fat, and old oak smoke into every fold of the hall. It is the sort of smell that slips into cloaks, into hair, into blankets, into bread if you leave it uncovered too long. A castle does not merely contain smoke, it marries it. Agnes plants her fists on her hips and tips her head back to inspect the beams. That, she says, with the solemnity of announcing a plague, is what the Lord notices when visitors come. You squint upward, the soot, the hanging blackness of it all, she replies. Lords like to call it grandeur. Visitors call it neglect. We call it Tuesday. That feels about right. A younger servant appears carrying a ladder so old and smooth with use that it looks less built than worn into existence. Together, you drag it toward the hearth wall. It complains the whole way, creaking like a monk asked to dance. The dog, having enjoyed the fresh rushes below for precisely as long as they remained undisturbed, stands up, circles once, and follows as if unwilling to miss any fresh absurdity. You are handed a long-handled broom of birch twigs bound tight at one end, along with a rag and a small bucket of water so dark with ash already floating in it that it seems less like cleaning water and more like a philosophical statement. The task is obvious. Knock down what hangs loose, wipe what can be reached. Try not to bring the whole century down on your own face. You climb. The first few rungs are cold through your soles. Halfway up, the air changes. It is warmer near the upper reaches of the hall, as if all the fire's old breaths have drifted and remained there, trapped in the beams and woven thatch above. It also smells stronger smoke. Tar, grease, and dry dust in a mixture so thick you feel it along the back of your tongue. From this height, the hall looks different. The dais seems smaller. The fresh strewn rushes below make pale greenish bands against the stone. Agnes is reduced to a practical shape moving from bench to hearth, and the dog looks like a scrap of fur someone forgot to sweep. Through the narrow windows the morning shows itself in cold strips of light, cutting across the gloom like thin monastery candles. You reach out with a broom. At the first brush against the beam, a soft black rain comes down. Dust, soot, fragments of old cobweb, and something else more powdery than all the rest drift into the light. You turn your face away, coughing into your sleeve, below. Agnes steps back just in time and gives you a look that says you have made her point for her more eloquently than words ever could. You try again, more carefully. The soot lifts in hesitant veils. Cobwebs detach and cling to the broom in long grey streamers that flutter like defeated banners. In one corner near the beam joint you uncover the dried husk of some long-dead creature no larger than your thumb bird or mouse. No one could say now. You flick it down. The dog trots over, inspects it gravely, then decides it belongs to the past and leaves it there. Some swear that soot has virtues if properly gathered, mixed into salves, rubbed on cracked leather, stirred with goose fat for odd household purposes. Others say too much black on the rafters invites gloom into the hearts of those below, which may be less medicine and more weather with a poetic habit. Even now, it is hard to tell where practical belief ends and simple familiarity begins. Medieval life is full of substances that are half tool, half superstition. You move from beam to beam, sweeping what hangs loose. Each stroke raises more than you expect. The castle keeps dust with the devotion of a miser. Years of smoke have laid themselves over every high place, and even where the beam seems merely dark. The broom reveals fresh wood tone beneath a dull brown warmed by age, hidden under the black breath of countless fires. Below, the hearthstones demand their turn as well. The wide hood above the fire is streaked with soot, and the wall beside it wears a greasy haze from roasted meats, steaming pots, and the simple fact that people forever stand near warmth with food in hand. Smoke has climbed there day after day and left its thumbprint. When you come down from the ladder, your hair, sleeves, and eyelashes all seem faintly dusted grey. Agnes takes one look and says, "Now you match the hall." This is not, you suspect, meant as praise. You drag the ladder nearer the hearth and climb again, this time with the rag tucked at your belt. The stones here are rougher, older looking, mortared unevenly and blackened deep in the creases. You wipe a strip along one side, and the rag comes away filthy at once. The difference on the wall is real but oddly modest, as if the castle permits improvement only in measured doses. The great hearth itself still holds a bed of low heat. Old ash lies in drifts beneath the logs, pale as monastery parchment on top and glowing dim orange beneath when you disturb it with the iron rake. Your task here is not to clear it fully. Another fire will be coaxed up before long, but to gather the loose ash, pull forward the salvageable charcoal and scrape away the worst of yesterday's fallen grease and bits of food. Someone has clearly roasted meat here the evening before, and the stones nearest the spits have taken the memory badly. You kneel on the worn edge of the hearth and begin to rake. Ash lifts in soft clouds that settle on your sleeves and creep up your nose. The charcoal clinks together like dull pottery. A half-burned log rolls and reveals a glow beneath, sudden and alive, like an eye-opening. You pull it apart with the iron and sort what remains black chunks for rekindling, white ash for carrying off, cinders for the bucket. The work is oddly delicate, too rough, and you send heat and dust flying, too timid, and nothing moves. You find a rhythm pull, pause, lift, breathe away the ash, stack the charcoal near the back where it can catch again later. It reminds you faintly of raking a garden if the garden were made of heat, soot, and bad decisions. At one side of the hearth you discover hardened drippings stuck to the stone lip, layers of fat that have baked into amber-coloured ridges. Scraping them off is a miserable business. The knife-like edge of the scraper slips, catches, and frees little curls at a time. The smell released is ancient gravy and smoke, enough to make even the dog lose interest. Near the back of the hearth stands an iron trivet, and hanging from hooks are soot-dark chains for pots. You wipe these down as best you can, though the rag only turns blacker and the metal remains determinedly grim. There are limits to mortal effort. Some objects in a castle are clean only by theological argument. A kitchen woman passes through carrying onions and glances your way. "Mind the left hook," she says. It twists. You do mind it. A moment later, it twists anyway, sending the hanging chain swaying and showering a fresh sprinkle of soot onto your shoulder. From below comes Agnes's voice. "Better you than supper." It is difficult to dispute. Once the hearth itself is ordered, you turn to the wall benches and the lower panels near the fire. These too have taken on a faint tackiness from years of warmth and smoke. You wipe them down with water cut by a little vinegar, and the sharp scent rises suddenly through the hall, cleaner than lye, more honest than herbs. For a few minutes the place smells almost civilized, if civilization may be defined as smoke briefly losing an argument with sour wine. On the mantel-shelf, if such a rough ledge deserves so elegant a word, you find stray things left behind a cracked wooden spoon. A twist of string, 2 tallow stubs, a little wax dribble shaped uncannily like a bishop's nose, and a sprig of dried rowan tied with thread. Agnes sees the twig and tells you not to throw it away. For luck, you ask. For caution, she says, and same thing mostly. Some swear rowan keeps ill will from crossing a threshold. Others prefer juniper, iron nails, a saint's token, or a muttered prayer said under the breath while no one important is listening. Castles are full of relics of both religion and anxiety, and no one seems eager to be the one who decides which are useless. You put the rowan back. By late morning the upper hall has changed in that subtle medieval way that rewards labour without ever admitting it fully. The rafters are still dark, but less shaggy with soot. The hearth wall no longer looks as though smokers personally insulted it. The air remains smoky, yes, but it moves more freely, and shafts of light now catch fewer drifting motes. The room feels taller somehow, less burdened. Agnes notices it too, though she would sooner bite through old leather than call anything beautiful before noon. "Better," she says. This from her is nearly song. You carry out the ash bucket through the side door and into the yard, where the day has grown busier and less forgiving. Men are hauling barrels. A carter argues with a porter over whose wheel damaged whose toes. A boy with a pilgrim badge sewn crookedly to his cap tries to warm his hands over a brazier and is shooed away by someone who ranks him lower than firewood. The air smells of wet stone, dung, wood smoke, and morning broth. You tip the ash carefully into a designated heap. Ash, like nearly everything else, will have another use. It may go to the laundry for soap making, to the paths to cut slick mud, or into some mixture known only to women who can remove stains from wool while naming saints faster than priests. Back inside, the hall has taken on the hum of waking purpose. 2 servants are setting boards along trestles at one side. A sleepy priest crosses toward the chapel door, one hand inside his sleeve, lips moving around a prayer, or perhaps simply around the fact that mornings exist. The dog has relocated beneath the bench closest to your cleanest section of wall, displaying once again the impeccable instincts of the professionally idle. You're sent to wipe down the wall sconces and collect the spent beeswax and tallow from the candles that guttered through the night. This is finer work, almost dainty compared with wrestling ash or dragging rushes. You pinch softened wax from iron cups, straighten the holders, and save the larger lumps to be melted again later. Nothing with value is abandoned here, not wax, not cloth, not labour, not even stale bread if someone lower in rank can still chew it. One sconce near the dais holds the remains of a particularly good beeswax candle, fragrant even now with a mild honey scent. You lift it carefully and are struck by how different noble light smells from common light. Tallow smokes and stinks faintly of animal fat. Beeswax burns gentler, cleaner, dearer. Even illumination has classes. No one can quite agree whether the castle looks grander by torchlight or by day. By torchlight, the shadows hide what labour cannot conquer. By day, the stone declares itself plainly and expects respect anyway, standing there with wax on your fingers and soot in the lines of your hands. You think perhaps grandeur is simply what happens when enough people clean around power. The thought is not especially rebellious, only tired. At last, when the hearthstones are raked, the hood brushed, the beams knocked free of their loosest black veils, and the wall lamps set in order, you are allowed one brief pause by the side of the hall. Agnes hands you a heel of coarse bread and a small onion split with her thumb. You eat standing up because sitting would feel too hopeful. The bread is dry enough to challenge your faith, but hunger is generous with its judgments. As you chew, you look back at the great hall. The changes are small when named one by one less soot here, fewer webs there, ash sorted, chains wiped, wax gathered, wall cleaned, hearth made ready. Yet together they amount to something larger. The room breathes better, light falls farther, the fire, when relit, will glow against stone that has at least been acknowledged, and anyone entering later the lord, a visitor, a clerk, a priest will assume it has always been thus, that halls simply stand in readiness by some natural law. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether that is the greatest trick of a castle or merely the oldest. Everything depends on work no one praises for long. You take the last bite of bread and brush the crumbs from your palm, before you can wonder whether the next task might possibly involve less soot and a little more mercy. Agnes looks toward the long trestles and benches lining the hall. There are rings of ale on the boards, honey hardened in the grain, grease smudges where hands and sleeves have rested. A whole kingdom of stickiness waits in the wood. The smoke above has had its turn. Now the tables below are ready to remind you what last night's feast thought of tomorrow morning. The bread has barely settled in your stomach before you're set upon the next battlefield, and this one is made of trestle tables, benches, serving boards, and every horizontal surface upon which human beings have recently enjoyed themselves too freely. The great hall may now breathe a little easier above and underfoot, but the middle of it tells a different story. Here, last night lingers in sticky rings, greasy handprints, crumbs ground to paste, and the stubborn shine of spilled ale dried into the grain of the wood. The trestles stand in rows, long planks laid across supports, practical and heavy and scarred with years of knives, mugs, elbows, and festivals. They have the weary look of objects that serve everyone and impress no one. A lord may boast of his hall, his banners, his guests, the number of roasted birds set before them, but no one sings ballads about the poor boards that bear the puddings and broth. Still, without them, grandeur would have to eat standing up. Agnes runs a hand across the nearest table and lifts her palm. It comes away with a dull sheen. "There," she says. This apparently is instruction enough. You gather what is needed: buckets of water, rags, a stiff brush, a blunt scraper, a little sand for the worst patches, and one jug of thin vinegar that smells like sour patience. Another servant brings a handful of clean straw twists to use as scrubbers. The dog, recognizing at once that this work is both repetitive and unlikely to produce immediate scraps, chooses a place under the bench nearest the wall and lowers itself with a sigh of theatrical resignation. It has clearly seen too much labour to respect it. You begin at the high table on the dais. That feels appropriate. If you must scrub the remains of privilege, you may as well start where privilege sat. The board is broader here, a little smoother, and stained by older meals in deeper colours. There are dried dribbles of something dark at one end: wine, perhaps, or sauce rich enough to dream about for weeks if you were not the one scraping it off now. Near the middle lies a patch of hardened honey, where a spoon or cup must have tipped and been left to settle into the wood. You press the scraper to it, and it resists with noble confidence. Medieval sweetness, you discover, has ambition. Honey does not spill, it establishes a dynasty. You work the edge beneath it slowly until it lifts in amber curls. Beneath, the wood is paler by a shade. Agnes, passing by with a cloth over her shoulder, glances down and says, "That board remembers every feast." The phrase lingers. It feels true. Each cut, burn mark, stain, and polished patch where hands have rested forms a kind of history more honest than chronicles. Scribes may record alliances, taxes, marriages, and quarrels, but the table keeps the truer account who ate heavily, who spilled, who carved too eagerly, who drummed fingers while waiting to be served. You wipe the loosened honey away with vinegar water, and the sharp smell rises around you. Then you scrub in long strokes with the grain, feeling the wood drag slightly beneath the cloth. Rings from cups emerge one after another, ghostly circles where ale and wine dried and left their mark. Some fade, some remain. No one can quite agree whether wood truly prefers ale to water, but it certainly seems to cling harder to one than the other. At the far end of the high table you find crumbs pressed into a seam beside a greasy thumbprint and the small dull imprint of a knife tip. Nearby lies a fragment of trencher bread gone hard as roof tile. You pick it up and tap it once against the board. It answers with a sound like a monk knocking on oak. Agnes hears and says, without looking over, "That one could be used again." You stare at the bread. She shrugs, "Not for the Lord." That clears up the matter without improving it much. The lower tables are worse. Where the Lord's board carries the refined remains of sauces and sweetmeats, these hold the broader democracy of mess. Ale streaks run along their lengths, onion skins cling damply to corners. There are pale smears of pottage, grease from smoked fish, crushed peas, spilled salt gone gummy in moisture, and black crumbs from coarse loaves. One board has a line of wax where someone set a candle directly on the wood and let it burn down with the self-confidence of a man who never had to scrape his own accidents. You scrape that too. It is astonishing how many textures one meal can produce. Sticky, slick, crusted, tacky, powdery, stringy, greasy, damp, brittle. A feast is less an event than a conspiracy of substances. As you scrub, the hall fills gradually with more daylight, though the narrow windows keep everything cool and restrained. A servant passes through carrying folded cloths. 2 boys haul in a barrel between them, walking with the careful misery of people who have recently learned what weight truly means. Somewhere near the kitchens a pan drops with a clang, followed by a sentence spoken in exactly the tone of someone trying not to swear in front of saints. You move to the benches. These, if anything, are more thankless than the tables. People sit on them with dusty cloaks, muddy hems, damp hose, oily sleeves, and the occasional complete absence of awareness. Their upper surfaces carry crumbs and drips, while their edges bear the dark polish of constant handling. The undersides have acquired layers of grime from boots and sweeping hands. Cleaning them means kneeling, reaching, turning your wrist into strange angles, and discovering once more that medieval furniture is built by people entirely uninterested in the future comfort of whoever must wash it. The dog lifts its head as you crouch near its chosen bench, gives you a look of mild concern, then resettles just enough to ensure you must work around it. Useful creature, you murmur. It closes one eye. Some swear dogs in castles see things better, left unseen wandering spirits. Ill luck, the last traces of storms. Others insist they simply smell better than humans, and are therefore wiser by necessity. Watching this one carefully avoid every wet patch while remaining within possible reach of crumbs. You suspect the truth leans toward the practical. You scrub along the bench top and find carved initials in the wood, half hidden under dirt. A little lower there is a crude scratch shape that might be a horse, a hound, or an attempt at saint. George having a very difficult day. Casual carving is forbidden, of course, which explains why it exists everywhere. Human beings cannot seem to resist marking wood when given a knife and waiting time. Agnes catches you tracing one of the marks and says, "If you stand admiring the art, it will not get cleaner." So you return to the wet reality before you. At one table, near the centre, you come upon a patch so stubborn that ordinary scrubbing does little more than insult it. Something creamy and fatty has dried there and sunk into the grain. Agnes brings sand, and together you grind it in with a rag twist, scrubbing in tight circles until the board begins at last to surrender. The surface grows rougher for a moment, then cleaner. Your hands smell of vinegar, sour ale, old wood, and whatever medieval kitchens classify as yesterday. Even now, it is hard to tell whether the work is mostly cleaning or merely rearranging layers of ancient stain into less offensive patterns. Medieval wood does not gleam the way modern minds imagine clean things ought to gleam. It becomes matte, serviceable, respectable. A table is considered improved when it no longer tacks at the fingertips and no visible gravy remains to trap a sleeve. That standard, you find, is humbling but achievable. The serving boards stacked near the wall demand separate attention. These smaller boards have been carried back and forth from kitchen to hall so often that their edges are rounded smooth. Some still carry knife grooves stained dark. One smells strongly of herring even before you touch it, which feels almost like a warning. You scrub them in order, rinse, and lean them to dry near the hearth where the faint warmth may help, though not so near that they warp. A kitchen maid arrives to reclaim two before they are fully dry, because of course she does. In a castle, time does not pause to admire your sequence. "We need them now," she says. "They're wet. They'll dry while being needed. This logic is airtight in the way only necessity can manage. She leaves with the boards tucked under her arm, and you have the odd sensation that your work has been interrupted not by incompetence, but by the unstoppable momentum of the household itself. Cleaning is never alone here. It is stitched through cooking, serving, carrying, mending, praying, guarding, and all the thousand little acts that keep stone from becoming ruin with banners. When you return to the tables, Agnes has started on the trestle legs and supports. These are freckled with mud kicked up from boots and streaked where spilled drink ran down and dried. You join her, wiping each support and checking where the pegs fit. A loose peg is tapped firm with the handle of the scraper. One support wobbles and is shimmied with a folded scrap of cloth until it steadies. No one can quite agree whether medieval furniture is built to last or merely to survive repeated insult. Perhaps the difference is smaller than it sounds. While you work, a pair of men-at-arms pass through the hall talking low about a cart on the North Road and a broken wheel near the ford. One of them rests a hand briefly on a table edge you have just cleaned, leaving a new mark in the damp wood. He does not notice. You do. There's a brief silence after they pass. Agnes sees your face and gives a small snort. Best learn this now. A clean hall is only a pause between footprints. That, too, feels true enough to carve in oak. By late morning the boards begin to change colour under your hands. The filmy look fades. The grain shows more clearly brown and honeyed where not too scarred, dark and almost black where years of spills have sunk deep. The benches stop catching at your sleeves. The cup rings soften. Even the wax patch is gone, though you still feel as if the table resents you for it. You gather crumbs and scrapings into a basket for the scraps heap. A surprising amount comes off the wood even after the hall floor was cleaned. Bits of cheese rind, fish skin, herb stems, broken oat cake, a piece of onion, 2 beans, a cherry stone, a lump of salt, and something unclassifiable that Agnes identifies simply as sauce. This seems less a category than a surrender. At one point you find a small pewter spoon beneath a bench leg, bent but usable. Agnes tucks it into her apron without comment, and you wisely do not ask whether it belongs to the Lord, the steward, or Providence. The smell in the hall shifts as you go. Smoke still rules the rafters, and herbs still rise faintly from the fresh rushes. But now there is also vinegar, wet wood, and that unmistakable scent of things being wiped back from excess. It is a hard-working smell. Not pleasant exactly, but orderly. A little before noon, the sunlight manages one clear shaft through a slit window and lays itself across the nearest table you have finished. The beam catches the rubbed grain and the lingering damp in tiny lines. For a fleeting moment, the old board looks almost noble, or perhaps merely relieved. There is beauty in use restored, though it keeps its head down about it. The dog comes out from beneath the bench, stretches each leg with exaggerated care, and hops lightly onto the lowest end of one still dry board before you can stop it. It turns twice and sits. You stare. It stares back. Agnes, seeing this, laughs under her breath a rare sound, dry as kindling. Well, she says, now it's properly part of the household. You wave the creature off with a cloth. It descends at its own pace, neither hurried nor ashamed, leaving behind a few neat dusty prints on the very board you'd been admiring. For a moment you consider despair, then you wipe them away. This is the lesson of the day, perhaps more than any other, not that cleaning ends dirt, but that it answers it, again and again, patiently, without illusion. A castle stays habitable only because someone always returns to the board, the bench, the hearth, the floor. Some swear there is merit in unnoticed labour, And perhaps there is. Or perhaps merit is simply what people name the work that must be done whether or not anyone thanks you. Either way, you wring out the rag and keep going. When the last trestle has been scrubbed and reset, Agnes steps back and squints down the line of them. She runs a finger over one board, checks the bench beneath, then nods once. Approval from her arrives in fragments, but it arrives. The hall now looks ready for the next meal, which is a slightly absurd feeling considering how much of the previous meal still lives in your wrists. Yet here it is, boards clean enough for bread, benches fit enough for cloaks and gossip, surfaces restored just in time for fresh platters, fresh crumbs, fresh mugs, and new carelessness. Already, someone from the buttery crosses the room carrying cups. Already, a kitchen lad sets down a tray too hard and leaves a wet circle. Already, the day continues as if your labour were the natural weather of wood. Agnes glances toward the passage leading to the narrower service corridors and the small chambers beyond. "Come on," she says. You look from the newly cleaned tables to the shadowed doorway. There are certain tasks in a castle that everyone acknowledges with a nod, and certain others that are accepted with the quiet gravity usually reserved for bad news from relatives. The next duty belongs to the second kind. Somewhere beyond those stone passages sit the covered buckets, the narrow guardrobe shafts, the sloshing burdens of a household that eats, drinks, sleeps, and remains regrettably mortal. The tables, for all their grease and ale, have at least been honest. The chamber pots are waiting to be personal. The passage beyond the great hall narrows at once, as though the castle, having displayed its public face, now draws its cloak around the less celebrated business of being inhabited by actual bodies. The air changes too. The smoky breadth of the hall gives way to something cooler, stiller, touched with damp stone, old straw, and the faint medicinal scent of herbs hung from pegs in small bunches along the wall. Sage, perhaps, or tansy, or whatever the household believes can improve matters by merely being nearby. You follow Agnes along a corridor lit only by a few weak lamps and the pale light slipping through arrow-slit windows. The rushes here are thinner, the stone less ceremonial, the walls more practical. This is not a place meant to impress ambassadors. It is where the castle remembers it has joints and bowels and needs. At the end of the passage sits a row of lidded wooden vessels, some with iron handles, some plain, all wearing the unmistakable dignity of objects that would rather not be discussed. A narrow bench stands nearby, and beside it a stack of ash buckets, a scoop, a bundle of rags, and a small tub filled with water steeped in something sharp and green. Agnes lifts one lid, peers in, and lowers it again with the calm expression of a woman greeting weather she neither likes nor fears. "Well," she says, "the household has been alive through the night." There it is, medieval honesty in its purest form. You are handed a cloth to tie across your nose and mouth, though it does not fully solve the problem so much as announce that someone has at least attempted mercy. Agnes shows you the routine with the efficiency of long practice. Each pot is checked, covered firmly, lifted carefully, carried out through the service yard, emptied where it must be emptied, then rinsed with water and ash before being scrubbed and dried. The guardrobes above those projecting little privy chambers built into the walls must also be checked where possible. Seats wiped, splashes cleared, and the shafts below watched for blockage. No one sings songs about this work. You begin with the first pot. It is heavier than you expect and warmer than you want. The handle bites into your fingers. You lift with both hands, breathing shallowly through the cloth. Agnes is already ahead of you with another, moving in the measured, rolling gait of someone who knows sudden decisions are unwise. You imitate her. Together you make your way down the service stair, along a covered walk, and into the colder edge of the yard where such burdens may be taken without offending the breakfast appetites of those more fortunate. The dog has followed, naturally. It keeps a very respectful distance this time, which feels like the closest thing to sympathy available from its species. The yard on this side of the castle is quieter, tucked away from the gate and hall. Here are midden heaps, a woodpile dark with old rain, broken baskets awaiting repair, and a low wall beyond which the ground slopes away toward a ditch and an area reserved for refuse. It is not glamorous. But then castles are only glamorous from the front. Every stronghold has a backside. Civilization is mostly a question of which direction you ask people to look. Agnes nods toward the trench and says, "Mind your footing." Wise counsel for life in general, though especially here. You empty the first vessel with as much care as a human being can summon, while trying not to think in detail. Steam rises faintly in the cold. The smell is immediate and forceful and very difficult to philosophize about. Some swear that carrying wormwood or rosemary beneath the nose helps with such tasks. Others keep a clove or a bit of dried orange peel when they can get it, though that is luxury thinking. More commonly, ash is scattered after emptying, both to temper the smell and begin the rough work of drying what should not linger wet. Agnes scoops ash from a bucket and shows you how to cast it evenly. The grey powder falls over the trench like a bitter snowfall. "Always ash after," she says, "else it clings." This seems the sort of rule written not in books but in generations of experience and regret. Back inside, you rinse the pot with water and a handful of ash, swilling the mixture around until the inside loses its first accusation. Then you scrub with a bundle of straw, scrape the worst if needed, rinse again, and leave it upside down on the bench to drain. After that, a little herb water is wiped along the rim. The green smell is thin, but in a place like this, thin improvements count. You move to the next and the next. The labour develops its own bleak rhythm. Lift, carry, empty, ash, rinse, scrub, drain. Your arms begin to ache in the particular way that comes from awkward weight. The handles are badly placed, the vessels never balanced, the stairs always narrower than they ought to be. Once, while turning at a landing, you bang your elbow against the wall so sharply that for a moment your fingers go numb. Agnes hears the thud and says, without turning around, "The stone always wins." No one can quite agree whether castles are built to defend the people inside them or to test their patience one bruise at a time. At mid-morning you're sent upward to the wall guardrobes. These little latrine chambers project from the outer wall on stone corbels, so that waste falls down the shaft to the outside or into a cess area below. In theory, it is an elegant system. In practice, theory has clearly never climbed a cold spiral stair with a bucket and rag. The first guardrobe sits off a narrow landing near the guest rooms. Its oak door hangs slightly crooked, and the iron latch is cold enough to sting. Inside is a stone seat with an opening, a little slit window for light and air, and enough draught to remind you the builders considered ventilation a moral virtue. The place smells of old limestone, cold wind, and what it is meant for. A little dried rush has been scattered in the corner, perhaps for absorption, perhaps for optimism. You wipe the seat, scrape where needed, and sprinkle fresh ash down the chute. The shaft echoes faintly when the ash falls, a long soft hiss that disappears into the unseen. Some swear such shafts carry not only waste but whispers, so that if you sit still enough in a wall privy on a windy day you can hear the castle speaking through its own stone throat. Others say that is only the sound of air and unpleasantness negotiating. Even now, it is hard to tell whether medieval superstition begins in fear or in boredom. At the second garderobe you find a sprig of rue tucked into the window slit. For smell you ask when Agnes comes up behind you. For sickness, she says, or for witches. Depends who tucked it there. You leave it where it is. The third chamber served a better room, perhaps one used by a visiting knight or minor noble, because here there is a little basket of fresh-cut herbs and a folded cloth for wiping the hands. Rank, you notice, extends into every detail, even into discomfort. A lord may answer nature in slightly sweeter air, but nature remains broadly unimpressed. You clean them one by one, moving through the keep's less celebrated architecture. In one, the draught is so strong it nearly blows your headcloth askew. In another, you discover that someone has dropped a pewter button into the seat opening and failed to confess it. In a third, a spider as large as a walnut sits in the corner like the rightful owner. You and the spider reach an understanding based entirely on mutual restraint. By now the castle is fully alive around you. Voices drift through walls, steps pass above and below. Somewhere in the distance a smith rings metal on metal. In the chapel a bell sounds for an hour or an office. Time here is always being announced by someone with a bell and an opinion. Through a slit window you catch sight of the yard, the smoke rising blue-white, the stable roofs damp with cold, and a pair of geese moving with the insulting certainty of creatures who contribute almost nothing to the dignity of a place yet never need to scrub a pot. The lower drain area by the outer wall needs checking next. This is where the less poetic consequences of the garderobes arrive, mixed sometimes with kitchen slops and washwater if the channels are misused. A boy has already come with a rake and a bucket of limey ash, but the flow near one outlet is sluggish. Agnes crouches, peers, and mutters, blocked. There are few words in any language with such power to destroy a mood. You fetch the long pole kept for such occasions and probe carefully at the outlet while Agnes stands ready with more ash and a kind of patience that suggests she has outlived many blockages and expects to outlive many more. After a moment the obstruction gives with a deeply regrettable sound, and the channel frees itself. For one suspended heartbeat, neither of you speaks. Then Agnes says, "There," the castle exhales. It is not the image you want, but it is accurate enough to be rude. Once the drains are moving, you scatter more ash, scrape the stone lip, and pour rinse water down to help the run. The cold air outside feels almost luxurious after the closeness of the privy chambers. You stand a moment with your hands braced on your knees, breathing through the cloth, watching a crow hop along the wall top and eye the yard like an unpaid inspector. The dog appears beside you and sits. Not a word, you tell it. It does not look likely to argue. By late morning the first batch of chamber pots has dried enough to return. This, too, requires care. Each must go back clean, upright, and with a little fresh ash or chopped straw at the bottom to ease the next use. A better room receives a pot with a lid and perhaps a pinch of herbs nearby. A servant's corner receives the same pot if it is lucky, and a plain one if not. Order in a castle means not only making things clean, but returning them to the exact social orbit from which they came. Agnes seems to know every vessel on sight. That one goes to the steward's passage. That narrow one to the old aunt's room she swears the round one is unlucky. The iron-handled one to the guard loft. And mind you don't mix it, because they'll blame us for a week. Why is the round one unlucky? Agnes shrugs. Some swear circles trap bad humours. You look at the pot. It looks like a pot. But this is a world where people wear pilgrim badges for protection, tie red thread around infants' wrists, nail horseshoes over doors, and hang saint relics over sick beds while also applying leeches. The unreasonable and the practical do not live in separate houses here. They share a bench and pass the bread. You return the pots room by room. In one corridor you pass an ink-stained clerk carrying parchments, who presses himself against the wall to let you by, and then gives the clean vessel in your hands a brief respectful nod, as if recognizing the hidden labour behind his continued comfort. In another you nearly collide with a lady's maid bearing folded linen. She wrinkles her nose not at the pot but perhaps at the idea of it. Near the guest stair a small child peers from behind a tapestry, sees what you carry, and vanishes again with all the solemn alarm of youth discovering what castles are made of. You wipe door latches as you go because your hands are already wet and it seems an obvious kindness. You straighten a stool outside one room, gather a dropped cloth from another, and remove a dead beetle from a window ledge with the absent competence that appears after long repetitive work. Cleaning spreads. Once you have begun, everything starts to volunteer itself. At the end of one corridor you come to a tiny alcove with a bench, a cracked basin, and a little shelf holding dried lavender, a comb missing 2 teeth, and an amulet tied from string and bird bone. Agnes sees you noticing it and says, "For the old nurse." "For health." "For sleep," she says. "For dreams." "Maybe." "For her dead husband." "Perhaps." "Best leave it." Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether such objects protect the living or comfort them into thinking protection is possible. Perhaps that is enough. By the time the last cleaned pot is back in place, your shoulders feel lengthened by exhaustion. Your hands smell of ash despite repeated rinsing. Your sleeves carry faint dark streaks at the elbows and a dampness that never quite dries in these stone passages. Yet there is a strange satisfaction in the transformed row of vessels on the bench below, clean, aired, ready, almost respectable. As respectable as the business allows. Agnes gives the final one a quick inspection and nods. Well, the castle may continue being human. This is, you realise, very nearly her version of triumph. From somewhere below comes the crash of a dropped lid and the heavy, cheerful roar of kitchen noise rising toward midday. The smell finds you even here at the corridor turn onions frying in fat, bread warming, broth lifting into the air. Life insists on continuing. People who were inconveniently mortal at dawn are now becoming hungry again at noon. You pause by the slit window at the stair. Outside, the light has brightened from pearl to silver, and the yard moves with that steady medieval busyness that never seems frantic yet never stops. A cartwheel leans against a wall. A monk-shaped figure crosses the far court with a basket. Smoke climbs. A bell sounds once more. Somewhere a horse snorts, and the crow takes off in a ragged flap. The dog stands at your heel, as if this entire procession has only happened because it wished to observe you in varied forms of discomfort. You look down the stair toward the deeper service rooms. There will be no grand pause after this. Of course, castles do not reward noble endurance with leisure. They reward it with another task. The passages are cleaner, the garderobes less offensive, the pots return to their stations like a small army of restored humiliations. And already the day turns onward, toward the stairs worn hollow by generations of traffic, toward galleries and corners where drafts collect dirt, toward the long stone veins of the keep that carry every boot, every whisper, every smear of mud. The hall taught you about scraps, the rafters about soot, the tables about stickiness, and these narrow passages about the honest price of habitation. Now the castle wants its stairs. From the privy passages you're led back into the broader body of the castle, though broad is a generous word in a place where even comfort often seems to have been trimmed for defence. The stairs begin almost at once, stone steps curling upward in one tower, slanting down in another, stretching in straight, narrow flights between hall, chamber, loft, gallery, and wall walk. They are everywhere, They bind the castle together like joints in an old hand, and like old joints, they complain. You stand at the foot of the first flight with a broom in one hand, a bucket in the other, and a rag tucked through your belt, looking upward at steps worn into shallow hollows by generations of heels. The stone is darker in the middle of each tread, paler at the edges, polished by use in a way no noble jewel ever is. Countless boots have passed here, servants carrying platters, guards changing watch, ladies lifting skirts, boys racing messages, priests with lowered eyes, stewards with keys at their belts, children where they should not be, old men leaning on the wall, dogs ignoring all notions of rank. Some swear you can tell a castle's true age not by its banners or its records, but by the shape of its stairs. Newer stone has edges, old stone has memory. Agnes taps one step with the toe of her shoe. Mud first, she says, then soot, then whatever else God has allowed to collect. This, you gather, is the order of civilization. The first staircase rises from the lower passage to the hall gallery, and it bears all the evidence of a waking household. Mud flecks have dried in half-moons where boots came in from the yard. Damp grit clings to the corners. On one tread lies a crushed herb leaf from the fresh rushes. On another, a feather or thread or something too light to have ambition but somehow determined to remain. The wall on the inner side has a smudged line where hands have brushed it, and the narrow window halfway up is filmed with enough dust to turn the daylight mean. You set down the bucket and begin to sweep. Stone stairs answer a broom with a hard little whisper, dry and persistent. Dust gathers quickly, then slips into the corners where treads meet the wall, as if dirt knows architecture better than you do. You work upward, one step at a time, drawing the mess down toward yourself so it can be gathered and lifted away. It is oddly satisfying in the beginning. Every cleared tread gives a small sense of victory. Then the stair goes on, and on. A castle staircase always contains 3 more steps than any reasonable person expects. This may not be written in law, but it feels ancient enough to qualify. The dog appears on the landing above, looking down at you with an expression of mild curiosity. Then, in a gesture that feels almost theological in its indifference, it descends neatly between the very edges you have just swept, leaving 2 dry paw marks and 1 tiny clod where some earlier bit of yard has survived in its fur. You close your eyes for one brief breath. Agnes, below, says, "Best get used to that." There is a great deal of medieval wisdom that amounts to accepting what cannot be lectured. When the dust and loose grit are gathered, you kneel with a rag and a small brush to work at the corners. These are the true layers of the staircase-packed dust, grit, old soot, and the small dark crumbs that come from constant passing. A bent pin comes free from one crack, a bead from another. At the edge of a worn tread you find a little clot of hardened wax, probably from some servant carrying a candle upward in haste. You scrape it loose and flick it into the refuse basket. The wall requires attention next. It is not panelled or gracious here, only rough plaster over stone, marked by hands, shoulders, and the occasional accidental contact of tray or bundle. You wipe it in downward strokes, and the cloth at once turns grey. Not all stains leave. Some merely become less confident. Medieval cleaning often feels like persuading grime to lower its voice. Halfway up, the arrow-slit window lets in a blade of cold light and a thread of air. You pause long enough to wipe the sill, and in doing so uncover a small collection of dust, fly husks, and one dried sprig of thyme tucked into the corner. For a moment you wonder who left it there. For scent you ask when Agnes comes near. Or for luck climbing, she says. Some swear herbs by a stair keep a fall from turning worse. You believe that. She shrugs. I believe people prefer not to fall, which is perhaps the simplest route of superstition. A wish repeated until it becomes an object. The next flight is narrower and steeper, turning inside a tower where the air is cooler and the stone sweats faintly in shaded seams. Here the treads are slicker in the middle from centuries of passage. The outer wall curves. The inner column rises like a dull grey trunk around which your whole day seems destined to spiral. A guard coming down has to flatten himself against the wall to let you by, and even then his scabbard knocks the stone with a clack. Mind the third step from the top, he says. Why? It's lower than the others. He is right. Of course he is. The castle contains not only endless stairs but deceitful ones. You sweep more carefully there, then scrub the tread and discover what he means. Time has eaten into it. The middle is cupped deeper, and the edge on one side is nicked where something heavy once struck it hard. No one can quite agree whether these little asymmetries come from age alone or from moments that the walls once witnessed and then refused to explain. A dropped chest, a stumbling soldier, a servant carrying too much broth, a quarrel in a rush. Stone remembers impacts even when people do not. At the top of the tower stair lies a short passage leading to the gallery above the hall. Here soot has settled more thickly because the warm smoke from below rises and wanders. The floorboards of the gallery, unlike the stone below, hold dust in a softer way. Sweeping them sends a dry smell upward wood, old smoke, and the faint sweetness of the herbs recently strewn below in the hall. From the gallery rail you can look down and see the great room from above the clean tables in patient rows. The hearth dark and ready, the rushes freshened, the hall wearing the look of something orderly enough to host the day. It is almost enough to trick you into thinking the work is done in one place while you toil in another. Then you see the mud at the gallery edge where a pair of boots has paused to watch the hall below, and the illusion passes. You scrub the railings, wipe the wall niches, and clear the little shelf where spare candles are kept. Here too there are signs of ordinary life that grand stories leave out: a broken comb tooth, a little twist of thread, a drip of wax, a crust no one admitted dropping, soot finger marks where someone pinched out a flame. You gather them all. A castle is a machine for producing overlooked corners. As the day moves on, the traffic through these passages continues around you. A boy with an armful of folded linen hurries past smelling of soap and damp cloth. Two men carry a chest between them and make you flatten yourself awkwardly against the wall while trying not to dip the bucket. A maid runs down from the chamber level with news that someone in the guest rooms wants more warm water. The life of the keep pulses constantly through its arteries, and you're trying to clean the blood vessels while the body keeps moving. This, more than anything, explains why the labour lasts all day. Nothing stays still long enough to be clean for long. By late morning you are on the lower stairs leading toward the service yard, where boots come in from outside carrying the world with them. These steps are worst of all mud from the yard, straw from the stables, ash from the kitchens, and the black crumbs of charcoal from anyone passing too near a brazier. One step carries the full print of a hobnailed sole half set in drying dirt. Another has a streak where someone spilled broth and did not confess it. You fetch more water. The bucket feels heavier each time, not because it is fuller, but because your arms now understand the day. Agnes joins you for a while, and the two of you work in companionable silence broken only by the slap of wet cloth on stone and the scrape of brushes in the corners. There is comfort in shared drudgery, though it never introduces itself as comfort. It merely appears in the fact that someone else knows the exact weight of the task without needing it described. At one landing there hangs a little iron key from a nail driven into the wall. It is black with age and worn smooth where fingers have taken it often. Beneath it sits a chest for torch stubs and lamp things, and on top of the chest is a tiny chalk mark in the shape of a cross. Who did that, you ask? Agnes glances once. Someone who wanted the lamp to last, or the stair to stay safe, or the mice to keep out. People mark what they fear losing. Some swear chalk signs at thresholds keep wandering spirits from following the living. Others say they're nothing but habits picked up from monks, old women, soldiers, or mothers. In castles, customs drift and layer over one another until no one knows whose idea anything was first. You wipe around the mark but do not remove it. By the time the midday light begins to flatten and brighten the slits of the windows, the stairs have changed. Not gleaming, no. Never that, but truer to their stone. The mud is gone, the dust drawn out, the hand smears softened, the corners relieved of their darker nests. Even the windows admit more honest light now that their inner sills are cleared. On one landing the sun finds the cleaned edge of a tread and makes it look almost silver for a breath. Then someone walks over it in damp boots and the sentry resumes. You learn quickly not to mourn each new footprint. The gallery passage leading toward the private chambers presents one last trial run of mats lifted and beaten. Dust beneath them swept out, then the mats laid back straight. These runners are coarse things, woven for use rather than beauty, but they trap more grit than they prevent. When you lift one, a long line of dust lies beneath like the memory of every shoe that crossed it. You take it outside to the yard and beat it against the wall with a rod until grey clouds rise and drift away on the cold air. The dog watches from a dignified distance. A stable boy passing with a harness over one shoulder grins and says, "Looks like the mat loses." "Ask me again by evening," you say. He laughs and goes on. It is not much, but in a day measured by grime, even one small shared joke feels like a warm stone in the hand. You relay the runner, brush it straight, and stand back. Better. Briefly, that is enough. When at last the final stair is done, the steep one near the buttery that curves too sharply and always smells faintly of damp bread, you sink down on the lowest landing for the length of 3 breaths. Not sitting exactly, just borrowing the wall for a moment. Your knees feel full of grit. Your wrists ache from wringing cloth. Your back has begun speaking in the deep language of labour, slow and steady and impossible to ignore. Above you, somewhere, the bell sounds again. The hours here are not merely passing, they are being wrung into shape. You think of all the feet that will use these steps before nightfall, all the errands, all the carried dishes, folded linen, messages, candles, keys, blankets, books, and chamber pots, all the boots that will reintroduce yard to stair, all the smoke that will drift and settle once more. Cleaning, you realize, is not the making of perfection. It is the keeping of chaos within polite bounds. Agnes appears at the turn of the stair with a look that says your pause has been noticed but generously not discussed. The yard next, she says. Of course, the yard next. Because while the inside of the castle has its own endless appetite for dust and soot, the outer world has been waiting all morning with its water troughs, laundry steam, mud, and cold wind. Beyond the service door lies a different kind of labour, louder and rougher, where linen must be beaten, soap must bite, and winter water must teach you humility with both hands. You get to your feet, gather bucket and brush, and follow her down. The stairs, at least for now, are behind you worn, cleaned, and ready to be conquered all over again by the simple fact of living. You push through the service door and step out into the yard, and at once the castle's inner hush gives way to a rougher music. Here everything clanks, steams, stamps, sloshes, and complains in broad daylight. The air is colder than inside, sharpened by wet stone and open sky. But it also feels easier to breathe after the privy passages and soot-dark stairs. Smoke drifts from the kitchen vent in a grey ribbon. Somewhere to your left a horse snorts from the stables. To your right, someone is splitting kindling with the determined rhythm of a man who has accepted that winter is basically a long argument with wood. The laundry place sits near the wall where the ground slopes enough to drain, and where the great cauldrons can be kept a safe distance from the lordly parts of the household. It is not quite an enclosed shed, and not quite an open court, but something between a workspace claimed by steam and repetition. A broad copper kettle hangs over a brick fire pit. Beside it stand tubs, paddles, soap scraps, bundles of linen, coarse towels, rags, ropes, pegs, and a pair of beating bats that look like they were designed by someone with strong feelings about dirt. A woman with sleeves rolled above the elbow stands over the steaming vat and stirs with a pole as long as a pike. Her face is pinked by heat and wind, and a strand of hair has escaped her kerchief and pasted itself to her temple. She glances up as you approach. "You're late," she says. Agnes answers for you. "You still have hands. Be grateful." The woman grunts, which seems to settle the matter. Her name, you learn, is Mathe, and she oversees the washing with the stern devotion of a battlefield commander. If Agnes rules the castle's dust and residue, Mathe reigns over what can be boiled, beaten, wrung, or hung. At your feet lies a heap of soiled cloth sorted into rough piles. Finer linen from chambers, towels from basins, rags from kitchen and hearth, coarse cloths from the hall. Some pieces are merely grey with use, others bear the darker, more persuasive signs of real service grease, ash, sweat, mud, and whatever life rubbed into them while no one was looking. No one can quite agree whether medieval laundry is more art or more punishment. It certainly has elements of both. Math points with the stirring pole. That pile to soaking, those to ash lie, the greasy lot last, and mind the good linen if you tear it. I'll know before the Virgin does. This seems entirely plausible. You begin by hauling water. Of course you do. All roads lead to water in this world, and usually to carrying it. The pump nearby gives up its cold brightness with reluctant squeals, and bucket by bucket you fill the soaking tubs while your fingers redden around the handles. Steam from the cauldron blows across the yard in warm gusts smelling of wet cloth, wood smoke, and old soap. The contrast is strange and almost dreamy, one side of your face chilled by the morning wind, the other briefly warmed by the washing fire. The dog has followed you again, and now settles near the warm wall, adopting the exact expression of a creature who believes all human institutions exist, mainly to produce comfortable places for dogs to supervise. You kneel by the first tub and begin plunging cloth into the water. The linen takes on weight at once, turning from light bundles into sodden burdens that twist heavily in the hands. You knead them under, lift them, press them, and watch the first cloud of grey bloom outward into the water. Dirt leaves reluctantly, like gossip from a village. It must be coaxed, worked loose, and sometimes publicly beaten. Math brings over a bucket of ashlye, the liquid pale and faintly slippery, made from leaching water through wood ash. Some swear no soap cleans like ash and patience. Others insist good soap of rendered fat and lye is worth its weight in decent sleep. Here, as in all castle matters, the answer seems to be both, plus more work than anyone wanted. The finer linens go first into soaking, then are rubbed with soap where needed and worked between the hands at collars, cuffs, hems, and any place skin or oil has left its quiet signature. The cloth is colder than you expect until it has been warmed by the work itself. Your knuckles ache. The seams hold dirt in their tiny ridges. You discover at once that noble linen, for all its softness, is not too proud to gather sweat like anything else. Not like that, Math says, appearing at your shoulder. She takes a shift from your hands and demonstrates. Support the seam. Rub with it, not against, else you fret the weave. You imitate her more carefully. She nods once. This feels like receiving a minor title. Around you the yard goes on with its own layered business. Stable lads cross with trusses of hay. A cart rattles through the outer gate and leaves a fresh streak of mud in the track. 2 geese pass in muttering consultation about matters beneath human notice. A monk-shaped figure from the chapel side pauses to warm his hands near the laundry fire, receives one look from Mathe and remembers an urgent holiness elsewhere. The first round of cloth comes from the soak and into the steaming vat. You use the long paddle to press it beneath the hot water. Steam rises and dampens your face. The smell changes again, less of raw dirt now, more of hot linen, ash, and the peculiar clean scent that comes only when grime begins to surrender. It is not pretty work. It is red-handed, slippery-sleeved, shoulder-burning work, yet it carries a kind of fierce satisfaction. Here, at least, the change is visible. Water clouds, cloth lightens, the day leaves marks, and you remove them. Some pieces need beating. These are carried to the flat stones near the drain channel or hung over a wooden horse and struck with the bats. The sound rings through the yard in sharp thwacks, irregular but decisive. Each blow sends droplets flying and wrinkles straightening. You beat a kitchen cloth that smells of onions and grease until your arms feel borrowed. Then another, then a long towel from the chamber level, then several cloths from the hall that seem to contain half the castle's soot in their fibres. The dog, wisely, moves farther away. Not too hard on the linen, Matthew calls, it's dirt you're after, not vengeance. That is the trouble. By this point in the day, vengeance feels like a natural cleaning agent. Agnes has been called off to some indoor matter, so you remain under Mathis' direction as the washing expands around you. Another woman brings a basket of smaller linens and mutters that someone in the guest rooms has blooded a napkin with a nosebleed. Matthew barely looks up. Cold water first, she says. Hot sets it. Even a fool knows that. No one can quite agree whether the greatest medieval remedies belong to physicians, wise women, or laundresses. The women here certainly speak with the calm authority of people who've seen every bodily inconvenience and know which stains lie, which smells linger, and which remedies are mostly theatre. You rinse the first boiled batch in a second tub, twisting and lifting until the water runs less cloudy. Then comes wringing, a form of labour that teaches the hands new definitions of effort. You twist cloth with another servant, one at each end, turning until water ropes out onto the ground and your forearms tremble. Fine linen must be wrung gentler. Coarse towels can be twisted like stubborn necks. Everything has its handling, its rank, its correct level of violence. Along the line strung between posts and wall hooks, the first clean pieces begin to hang. There is something unexpectedly peaceful in that sight. Cloth pale against stone, steam lifting away, wind taking hold at the hems. The castle, for one narrow moment, wears flags not of heraldry, but of cleanliness. Sheets billow faintly, towels twitch. Small napkins flick at the rope like white tongues of surrender. Some swear linen dried in winter wind comes back crisper and sweeter than cloth dried by summer heat. Others say frost leaves a blessing in it, or that the cold chases away sickness better than sun can. Even now, it is hard to tell whether such claims are true or simply the kind of thing people say to make numb fingers feel purposeful. But the cloth does smell good once the wind catches it clean in a stern, almost holy way. You carry armfuls to the line, lifting each piece so the lower edge avoids the mud. The pegs are rough wood, and some split if pressed badly. One line sags. Another is already too crowded and must be restrung tighter. A gust of wind tries to turn a bedsheet into a saintly apparition. The dog startles at it, then pretends not to have been startled at all. By midday, the yard is a kingdom of damp labour. Steam from the vat, smoke from the fire, wind through the linens, water splashing from tubs, voices calling for more soap, more room, more pegs, less mud, fewer geese, and perhaps an entirely different century. Your sleeves are wet past the elbow. Your apron carries dark splashes. Your hands are puckered and raw at the fingertips. Still, the work continues. Because linen keeps appearing from somewhere inside the castle, as if the walls themselves perspire cloth. Matthew sets you to mending the fire under the cauldron for a stretch. You crouch by the brick mouth and feed in split wood, then rake the embers to let the draught catch. The warmth on your face feels almost indecent after the water. Above, the cauldron mutters and breathes. A little hiss escapes where foam touches hot copper. The soap smell thickens. Nearby, one of the other washers rubs at a stubborn stain with a paste of soap and crushed chalk. For grease, you ask? For grease, for collar grime, for miracles, she says. Those who tell the tale never fully agree which household tricks actually work and which survive because no one has time to test anything properly. Still, medieval life is stitched together with mixtures and habits: vinegar for smells, ash for washing, rue for trouble, honey for wounds, onion for the chest, charms for the baby, prayers for the harvest, and beating for the linen. You begin to think the whole age runs on practical desperation sprinkled with faith. A cry goes up suddenly from near the line, and you turn just in time to see one of the geese making off with a dripping rag in its beak. For a moment no one moves. Then Matthew bellows, "Get it!" You do. Or rather, you attempt to. Chasing a goose across a wet yard while tired from laundry is a deeply educational experience. The bird darts between a post and a bucket, flaps once for emphasis, and drops the rag only when it has made enough of a scene to feel artistically satisfied. A stable boy laughs so hard he has to lean against the wall. "You'll tell no one," you say, retrieving the rag. "I'll tell everyone," he replies cheerfully. The joke follows you back to the tubs, which is only fair. Medieval life is too damp to permit much dignity. When the finer linen is done, the coarser cloths remain: floor rags, kitchen cloths, work towels, and padded wraps used for hot pots. These are heavier and less delicate, but no more willing. Grease clings to them in dark moons. Ash embeds itself in the weave. You boil, beat, rinse, wring, and hang them in a sequence so repetitive it becomes almost prayerful. Your body begins to move without insulting the mind. Dip, lift, twist, strike, rinse, peg, dip, lift, twist, strike, rinse, peg. The bells sound again from somewhere within the walls. One of the women crosses herself automatically without pausing her ringing. Time in the castle folds itself around work rather than interrupting it. At last, Matthew allows a brief pause for eating. You stand near the laundry fire with a hunk of coarse bread and a small cup of weak ale, the warmth from the flames soaking into your wet sleeves. The bread tastes smoky, because everything here tastes at least a little smoky. Across from you, linen stirs on the lines like pale ghosts trying politely not to alarm anyone. The dog inches closer in hope. You tear off a crust and toss it. It snaps it up with startling grace for such a shameless observer. Ah, Methy says, seeing this, so that's why it follows you. I thought it was loyalty. It's bread. Never mistake one for the other. Wise again. You finish your ale, set the cup down and look around the yard. The washing has changed it. Where before there were only heaps and steam and drudgery, now there is order of a sort, sorted cloth, clean pieces hanging, tubs emptied and refilled, fire steadied, soap nearly gone, mud worse than before, admittedly, but cleaner mud in spirit. And yet, as you stand there, someone from the kitchen arrives with a new basket. Of course, more cloths, damp and greasy from the morning meal, towels used, apron stained, a rag blackened by potwork, and one tablecloth that bears the broad crescent of a spilled broth bowl. The castle, it seems, has been making fresh washing even while you laboured at the old. Math takes one look and says something quietly devout but not, you think, entirely pious. You return to the tubs, because that is the truth of it. Cleaning a castle takes all day not because one grand task consumes the hours, but because every solved mess breeds two smaller heirs. Floors lead to stairs, stairs lead to linen, linen leads to towels, towels lead to kitchens, kitchens lead to more cloth, more ash, more water, more carrying, more wringing, more steam. The place sheds dirt the way a tree sheds leaves. By the time the last of this round is rinsed and pegged up, the sky has shifted toward afternoon brightness. Colder somehow, though the sun is higher. The wind freshens. The hanging cloth snaps more briskly. Matthew inspects the lines with narrowed eyes, moves two pieces for better air, and pronounces the rest good enough to dry while other work claims you. You wipe your hands on your apron, though it makes little difference now, and take one last look at the streaming linens against the wall. Clean cloth in a medieval castle is never merely cloth. It is comfort, status, health, modesty, ritual, meal, bed, bandage, wiping, wrapping, warming. It is the soft side of survival, bought with hard labour and very cold water. From the kitchen side comes a fresh roll of noise lids clanging, voices calling, wood being dragged, the unmistakable smell of hot fat and onions rising stronger than before. Laundry has had its turn. Now the kitchens want their due. You leave the laundry yard with damp cuffs, sore hands, and the faint belief that you have already worked enough for one entire medieval life, only to discover that the kitchens are in waiting with fresh enthusiasm for your collapse. The closer you get, the warmer the air becomes, though it is not a gentle warmth. It is a thick practical heat carrying onions, wet ash, boiling broth, singed fat, yeast, smoke, and the breath of too many people doing urgent things in too little space. The kitchen doorway is open, and the sound reaches you first knives on boards, ladles against pots, water sloshing into basins, the scrape of benches, the rattle of spits, someone calling for more leeks, someone else denying that they ever had the leeks, a boy being told not to stand there if he does not wish to be stood on. It is less a room than a weather system. Inside, the place glows with labour. The hearth is broad and busy, flames licking under black pots hung from chains, smaller pans pushed to the side where coals burn hotter, and two spits set over the stronger heat. The stone floor is damp in patches and greasy in others, with scattered rushes darkened by trampling and drips. Along the walls stand trestles crowded with bowls, trenchers, knives, bundles of herbs, baskets of onions, sacks of meal, folded cloths, and the little neglected kingdom of things awaiting washing. The soot here is of a different species than the hall soot. It is newer, more active, accompanied by steam, splashes, and a constant argument with food. A cook with forearms like oak roots glances your way and says, "Good, more hands." This appears to be the kitchen version of welcome. Agnes has rejoined you, though even she seems to yield a fraction of her authority here. Kitchens are sovereign lands. She nods toward a side table where bowls and pots have been stacked after the midday meal. "Start with those," she says. "Then hearth edge, then chopping boards. Mind the grease by the ovens." There are moments when cleaning seems almost noble in abstraction. This is not one of them. The first basin of wash water is already cloudy by the time you kneel at it. You sort the vessels by rough need. Wooden bowls first, lest they sit too long in water and swell badly. Pewter cups next. Earthenware where not cracked. Iron pots last, because they must be scrubbed hard and dried fast. A stack of trenchers sits to one side some true wooden plates, some thick stale bread pieces awaiting either reuse, soaking, or their final promotion to the scraps heap. You take up the nearest bowl. Its inside bears the pale streaked remains of pottage, oats swollen and dried thin along the grain. A ring of grease clings higher up where broth cooled. You scrape the worst into a waste bucket, then rub with a cloth dipped in hot water and ash lye. The smell rises at once, less foul than the chamber pot certainly, but more intimate in its own way. This is the smell of meals just departed. Onion, leek, fat, barley, smoke. The kitchen remembers everything it cooks. One after another the bowls pass through your hands. Scrape, rinse, scour, wipe, stack. The wooden ones must not linger wet. The pewter ones pick up finger marks even as you finish them. One earthenware pot has a crack so fine it only reveals itself when the water beads there and darkens the line. Agnes sees it and sets it aside without comment. Nothing here lasts forever. Only the tasks do. At the larger washing table, another servant attacks a cauldron with sand and a bundle of straw. The sound is rough and relentless, like someone trying to polish a storm. Soot and boiled grain have formed a black crust outside, while the inside carries a clinging film of stew. He works with both arms braced, and after a while you take over, because no one escapes the cauldrons for long. They are awful. There is no refined word for it. A big kitchen pot combines every medieval inconvenience into one object: heat, if it has not cooled enough, grease if it has cooled badly, weight always, and a shape designed to mock the angle of your shoulders. You tip one onto its side and scrub the belly with sand until the black paste loosens, then wipe, then scrub again. Your fingers go gritty. Water turns grey-black at once. The smell is iron, ash, and old broth. If castles have humble enemies, one of them is certainly the underside of a cooking pot. A kitchen boy comes through carrying a basket of carrot tops and nearly steps into your rinse basin. "Eyes," Agnes says without raising her voice. He jerks back so fast he splashes his own ankles and mutters an apology to everyone from you to the saints. The cook at the hearth snorts. If he had eyes, he'd have escaped the kitchen years ago. The boy grins despite himself and darts away again. Even here, humour survives in singed corners. Once the first wave of vessels is dealt with, the boards require attention. The chopping blocks are thick, scarred, and fragrant with a whole history of meals. Onion sharpness lives in one, garlic in another. A third smells permanently of fish and bad decisions. You scrape their surfaces, wash them with hot water and vinegar where you can spare it, and stand them up to dry by the warmer wall. One of the smaller boards bears a dark stain shaped uncannily like a little map. No one can quite agree whether that's blood or wine, says the older scullion beside you. You look at the stain. Do you want to know? Not particularly. Then it is wine, he says, and goes back to his scrubbing. This feels like sound medieval philosophy. The tables beneath the boards are not much better. Flour dust clings in corners where dough was worked, now made gummy by droplets of water. Stray herb leaves have pasted themselves to the wood. There are pinches of salt, threads from tied meat, dribbles of fat, and a fine shining film where hands repeatedly set down spoons, bowls, lids, or worries. You wipe the surfaces in long strokes, change cloths, then wipe again. The cloth blackens, then browns, then blackens anew. Kitchens produce grime in layers, each with its own season. Near the oven mouth the floor is treacherous. Flour, grease, and tracked in wet have formed a patch that looks innocent enough but feels underfoot like a conspiracy. You scatter dry ash and sand over it first, then scrub with a stiff broom until the slickness breaks. A woman carrying flat loaves passes behind you and says, "Bless you for that. I nearly died there at dawn." Some swear a pinch of blessed salt scattered at the threshold keeps a kitchen from fire or bad luck. Others hang bunches of fennel or yarrow nearby. Here above the oven arch someone has tied a blackened little cross of rush stems with red thread. Whether it guards against flame, spoiled bread, or general human error, no one seems eager to remove it. The hearth edge comes next. This is different from the hall hearth, more crowded and more stained by purpose. Grease spatters the stone near the spits. The iron dogs are blackened with use. A crust of dripped fat has formed along one lip where roasting juices escaped and burned in layers. You kneel close enough to feel the heat on your cheeks and scrape at it with a flat tool, lifting brittle brown-black ridges that smell like yesterday trying not to leave. The cook glances down and says, "Mind the left spit." You do, though it still gives you a warm tap against the shoulder when someone turns it without warning. The kitchen is not malicious. It is simply too busy to care where your elbows are. You wipe the stone, rake out some of the spilled ash and cinders beneath, and sort what charcoal can still be used. Even here nothing is wasted. Fine white ash may go to laundry or scrubbing, coarser cinders to the yard, half-burned charcoal to another fire. In a castle, usefulness lingers long past dignity. At the side shelf near the herbs you find several beeswax drippings hardened beside crumbs of dried sage and marjoram. The wax is collected, the herbs are brushed away. A bunch of garlic hangs above, and beneath it someone has tucked a tiny saint token in cheap lead, hardly bigger than a thumbnail. For flavour you murmur. The older scullion beside you hears, for mice, sickness, theft, and poor bread rise, same anything. Some swear the kitchen is the most dangerous room in a castle, more than the gatehouse, because here fire, blades, boiling water, impatience, and hunger all work together. Perhaps that is why so many little protections gather in smoky corners, a charm here, a token there, a muttered prayer over the kneading trough, a cross in flour on feast days, a knife laid a certain way. Even now, it is hard to tell whether people believe these things because they fear disaster, or because a room this busy demands every ally it can get. As the afternoon moves on, the wave of washing never entirely ceases. Fresh spoons arrive, a grease bowl, a knife tray, the ladles used for broth, the cloths used to carry hot lids, a pan in which onions have softened into sweetness and then stuck treacherously around the edge. You clean what arrives and what has already arrived, and what seems to have been waiting all week for courage to strike. Your hands change smell every few minutes. Onion, vinegar, ash, fish, old ale, lye, damp wood, hot iron, garlic, smoke. It is as though the whole kitchen is trying on your skin one after another. At some point a trencher dog slips in from the yard, or perhaps it belongs to the kitchen, or perhaps it belongs to no one but appetite. It noses around the scraps bucket hopefully until the cook flicks a peel at it. Your own faithful follower watches this from near the door with the grave superiority of a creature who already knows where its bread comes from. There are politics even among dogs. The buttery side brings another task cups and jugs. These are sticky with ale, some with wine, and one large pitcher with the sweet ghost of spiced drink. You rinse them thoroughly, polish the better pewter with a dry cloth, and stand the ceramics upside down on a rack. The rack itself needs wiping. Naturally. So does the shelf beneath. Naturally again. No one can quite agree where kitchen dirt begins and where ordinary life ends. Perhaps there is no line. Perhaps food itself is merely civilized mess, carefully arranged and briefly admired before it resumes its natural state of being on things. By now the heat has settled into your back, though your feet remain cold from the damp floor. This is the kitchen's particular gift, the sensation of being boiled and chilled at once. Your sleeves have dried, stiff in places from splashes you no longer remember. The noise no longer startles you, it simply carries you along. Knife on board, spoon in pot, water in basin, fire breathed higher, lid lifted, curse swallowed, someone laughing once, then moving on. Agnes sets you to cleaning the area beneath the prep table where vegetable peels, bits of trampled herb, and flour paste have gathered against the wall. You kneel with a small brush and pan, teasing the mess out from beneath the supports. A surprising quantity emerges: onion skins, leek tops, pea husks, a broken eggshell, grit, ash, carrot peel, dried dough, and one tiny silver fish scale gleaming like a relic from a much grander age. "Look," says the older scullion, "treasure." You hold it up. He nods. You'll be a lord by supper. At this point you're willing to accept ennoblement in any form, even marine. You toss the scale into the scraps and keep sweeping. The scullery trough must be rinsed too. Grey water sloshes there, carrying away the small history of the meal. You flush it with cleaner water, wipe the lip, scrub the drain grate, and remove what catches there with the determination that would have impressed saints. The castle has an astonishing number of places where yesterday clings by the fingertips. At last. After what feels like the boiling and cooling of a small age, the kitchen begins to look less like aftermath and more like readiness. The big pots are stacked or rehung, boards stand drying, the table surfaces are cleared, the floor, while not dry, is at least no longer plotting murder. The hearth edge is scraped, the utensils are in order, fresh work will come, yes, because evening does not cook itself, but the room has been pulled back from disorder into usefulness. That is all cleaning ever promises. The cook tears a piece from a loaf and hands it to you without ceremony, along with a spoonful of thick bean pottage from the edge of a pot. For hands that worked, she says, "It is the finest thing you have heard all day." You eat standing near the side wall where a little draught tempers the heat. The pottage is plain, salted enough to matter, and warm in the exact place your tiredness lives. The bread is coarse and satisfying. Your dog takes up position beside your boots with pure strategic devotion. You let it have the last torn bit and receive from it not gratitude, exactly, but a calmer sort of attendance. For a few breaths the kitchen seems almost gentle. Fire low, voices lowered, tools in place, room between one labour and the next. Then a bell sounds from deeper in the castle, not loud, but clear enough to cut through the steam. Agnes lifts her head. The chapel, she says. And of course the day has carried you there next, because even in a castle full of soot and broth and chamber pots, there remains a quieter corner where wax drips, dust settles on saints, and people try to keep holiness neat. You set down the spoon, wipe your hands once more, and follow her out the kitchen heat toward the cooler hush waiting beyond. The kitchen heat leaves you slowly, clinging to your sleeves and face as you follow Agnes along a passage that grows quieter with each turning. The air cools, the smells change. Onions and hot fat fade first, then smoke softens, and in their place comes stone damp, old wood, and that faint dry sweetness peculiar to places where candles burn more often than cooking fires. Somewhere ahead, a bell gives one last restrained note and falls silent. The chapel door stands half open. It is not a grand church, not by the standards of abbeys or city cathedrals. This is a castle chapel, built for the souls of those who live within the walls, and perhaps for the consciences of those who command them, small, narrow, and dim. It holds itself with quiet seriousness. There is a little altar against the east wall, a carved crucifix darkened by years of smoke and touch. 2 benches, a chest for vestments, an iron stand for candles, and a handful of painted saints looking out with expressions that suggest they have seen a great many human failings and remain politely unsurprised. The light here behaves differently. It comes through one narrow lancet window and rests in cool strips upon the floor, while the rest of the room glows in a honeyed gloom from beeswax candles that have burned low and bent at odd angles. Dust hangs in the air, but finer than kitchen dust, more dignified somehow, not cleaner, exactly, merely holier in ambition. The smell is wax, stone, old cloth, and the faint ghost of incense from some earlier feast day. Beneath that lies another scent too subtle to name at once dry flowers, perhaps, or the lingering sweetness of herbs left before an image of a saint. It is a room built less for comfort than for steadiness. You lower your voice without meaning to. Agnes does the same, though she says, in a tone barely above a murmur, dust still gathers where people whisper. This feels like the right lesson for a chapel. Your tasks here are gentler in motion, though not in number. Candle stubs must be gathered, wax drippings scraped and saved, the floor swept, benches wiped, altar cloth shaken and straightened, brass or pewter fittings rubbed down, and the little side shelf with its prayer books and offerings put back into order. Everything is smaller than the hall, narrower than the kitchen, quieter than the yard. Yet the work has its own demand. Here, disorder looks louder. You begin with the candles. The stand near the altar carries half-burned beeswax tapers, some thick and costly, some thinner and more humble. Melted wax has run down the iron cups and hardened in pale curls and ridges. You pinch away what can be reused, gathering the better pieces into a little wooden bowl. Beeswax is too valuable to waste. It can be melted and reformed, and here in the chapel it matters more than in most rooms. Tallow is for common light. Beeswax, with its sweeter smell and cleaner flame, belongs closer to prayer, even illumination as rank, again. One candle near the crucifix has burned down at an angle until the wax puddled and froze on the stand in a shape like folded linen. You ease it loose with a small knife. Beside it lies a little offering a dried sprig tied with thread and tucked under the base of the image. For what you whisper, Agnes glances once. Safe childbirth, perhaps, or fever, or a son at war, or a horse gone lame. People ask saints for whatever they cannot command. Some swear certain saints prefer wax, others flowers, others silver tokens, bread, or simply a prayer said on the proper day. Those who tell the tale never fully agree which saint truly governs which trouble, especially once village custom, old folk belief, and official religion begin sharing the same shelf. In a castle chapel, all of that seems to have settled together without much argument. You leave the sprig where it is. The altar cloth comes next. It is a fine linen compared with most things you've handled today, though time has yellowed it faintly, and the corners are worked with simple embroidery, now softened by washing and use. You lift it carefully, carry it to the doorway for light, and shake it once, gently. A mist of dust rises and catches in the beam from the window. Not much, but enough. Dust respects no sacrament. You brush the altar top beneath, wiping away the fine grey gathered near the back edge and along the carved lip. There are crumbs of wax there too, and one tiny bead, amber-coloured, perhaps from a rosary or a hem. You set it aside on the shelf. A castle sheds its secrets in small pieces. The benches are worn smooth by kneeling hands and shifting bodies. Here someone has rubbed the wood to a polish with prayer. There a sleeve has left a darker gloss. You wipe them down with a barely damp cloth, careful not to soak the wood. One end of the nearer bench holds a scratch in the shape of a cross, small and rough, likely carved by a knife point during some anxious waiting. Near it is another mark, older and less clear, that might be letters, or might only be impatience. No one can quite agree whether carving a cross into a bench makes the place holier, or simply leaves the carpenter offended. Still, in times of fear, people mark what is nearest. A door lintel, a cradle board, a bread loaf, a chapel bench, holiness, like dust, travels. At the little chest by the wall you find folded cloths for the altar vessels, a brass handbell, and 2 small candles wrapped in linen. Everything smells faintly of cedar or perhaps juniper, tucked there to keep moths from the vestments. Agnes nods toward the shelf above. Books. There are 3 of them, one service book heavy enough to look authoritative even when shut, one little psalter with worn leather corners, and one smaller binding that may hold prayers for the dying or the sick. Dust has gathered along the top edges. You lift each with both hands, wipe the shelf, then wipe the covers with the dry cloth. The leather is dry but still rich in places where fingers often touch it. One clasp hangs loose. Another book bulges with a tucked scrap of parchment marking a place. You do not open them. This seems less about rules than about mood. A closed prayer book feels like a sleeping thing. At the foot of one painted saint stands a row of tiny offerings, 2 pebbles, a bit of ribbon, a bent coin, and a pilgrim badge in cheap metal pinned to the wood. The saint's face, once brightly coloured, has darkened under smoke and time. Yet the eyes remain clear enough to follow you in that old painted way that is either comforting or unnerving, depending on the hour and the listener. Some swear painted saints blink in candlelight. Others say they turn away from liars, thieves, or those who pray drunk. Even now, it is hard to tell whether people truly believe such things or simply enjoy passing them along to children and fools. In this small room, though, with wax scent in the air and the afternoon light thin as parchment, it does not seem entirely impossible that wood and paint might gather more attention than they deserve. You sweep the floor carefully. The chapel floor is stone, but cleaner stone than the hall, less battered and less frequently trampled. Dust collects in the corners, near the chest, beneath the benches, and along the base of the wall where plaster meets slab. There are also little drifts of dried herb from old decorations, perhaps from some feast day long past when rushes or flowers were laid here more generously. Near the altar step you find ash from burnt wick, and under the bench a single goose feather that must have travelled in on someone's cloak. A goose feather in a chapel feels like a joke composed by the yard. The dog, naturally, has found the doorway and sits just outside it, unwilling perhaps to enter fully, or simply observant enough to notice that chapels rarely drop scraps. You sweep in slow strokes. The room answers with near silence, no kitchen clang, no yard cries, only broom on stone, the faint click of a candle cup, the tiny creak of wood as Agnes wipes the chest lid. A chapel changes the pace of labour simply by refusing noise. When the floor is done, Agnes sets you to the little basin near the door. It is fed from a pitcher and used for washing hands or perhaps for holy water on better days. A faint mineral ring has formed inside, and dust freckles the ledge. You scrub it with vinegar water and polish the rim. Beside it hangs a small towel now stiff from old use. You remove it to be sent to the laundry later, replacing it with a folded clean cloth from the chest. The crucifix above the altar requires the most careful attention. You do not scrub it, only dust it gently with a soft dry cloth, taking the grey from the horizontal beam, the top edge, the carved halo, the little plaque above. The wood is dark and smooth where many years of air and candle smoke have settled. At the base is a dish holding 3 shriveled flowers and a small lump of wax pressed with a thumbnail into a shape like a heart. For a vow you ask. Or grief, says Agnes. Same shape, often enough. That stays with you. There is, in this room, a different sort of dirt, not filth, exactly. More the residue of hope, wax from prayers, dust on objects people turn to when frightened, finger marks on wood touched by the anxious, the grateful, the dying, the guilty, the lonely. Cleaning here feels almost like tending memory. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether castle chapels are used more for devotion or for bargaining. Lords pray for victory, wives for safe births, servants for relief from fever, guards for fair weather and dull enemies, old nurses for painless endings, children for impossible things, everyone for mercy in one form or another. You stand in the hush and suspect the room has heard requests too mixed to sort. At the side wall hangs a little iron lamp, unlit now, its chain dusty. You wipe it down and polish the shallow dish beneath. On the window-sill you find a small accumulation of dead flies and one bead of hardened pitch. The sill is deeper than it first looked, and tucked in the back corner is a little folded scrap of cloth tied with red thread. Agnes sees it and frowns. What is that? She takes it, unties it, and reveals a pinch of dried herb inside mugwort perhaps, or something like it wrapped around what looks very much like a tiny scrap of written prayer. For protection, you ask. Perhaps. She reties it and places it back, but farther from the light, or someone's private business. Some swear mugwort wards off bad dreams, wandering spirits, and fevered sleep. Others burn it, wear it, or tuck it into bedding. Here it has found its way into a chapel window, which feels exactly right for a world that lets official blessing and household charm stand shoulder to shoulder so long as neither makes too much trouble. You dust the window ledge and leave the little bundle undisturbed. When all is nearly in order, Agnes brings out a small pot of oil and rubs it lightly onto the dry hinge of the chapel door. The groan it gives when next opened is softened to a mere complaint. This too, apparently, is holy work. The bell on the shelf is polished next. Not to brilliance, there is no time for brilliance, but enough to let the metal answer light again. You rub the handle, wipe the mouth, and set it back squarely. Its silence seems attentive. A priest passes the doorway then, not young and not hurried, his hands hidden in his sleeves for warmth. He pauses just inside and looks around the room. His gaze touches the straightened cloth, the fresh candles, the cleared floor, the rubbed fittings, and the bench wiped clean of dusty palm marks. He nods. "Good," he says simply. Then he steps in, kneels, and becomes part of the room. You and Agnes withdraw to the door without another word. Some spaces do not require explanation once they are ready. Outside the chapel passage, the castle's broader noises return at once. Softened by stone but undeniably present. A bucket being set down. Distant laughter. The bark of a dog from the yard. Not yours. Boots on stairs. Somewhere, faintly, a hammer ringing from the outer court. Life pressing on. You pause a moment just beyond the threshold and look back. The little chapel now seems calmer than before, though perhaps it was always calm and merely hidden under its small burdens of dust and wax. The candles sit straighter. The saints emerge a little more clearly from the shadow. The altar cloth lies flat. The floor no longer mutters grey in the corners. It is not transformed exactly. Rather, it has been returned to itself. Agnes exhales through her nose. There. God can find it again. You nearly laugh, but the line lands too perfectly in the quiet. By now the afternoon has deepened. The light in the corridors is cooler, and the warmth from the kitchen no longer reaches this far. The day is turning, though not yet slowing. There are still outer buildings to tend, and the castle has not done producing labour merely because the chapel is neat. Beyond the main keep wait the stables, tack rooms, and sheds where hay, mud, leather, and animal breath make their own kind of disorder. Your dog stands and stretches as you come away from the chapel door, as if it has been waiting specifically for more practical dirt. You follow Agnes toward the yard again, your hands still faintly scented with beeswax and old wood. It is a gentler smell than the kitchen's clinging broth or the laundry's ash water, and for a moment you carry it with you like a little private blessing. Then the stable smell reaches you on the air. Hay, horse, leather, dung, wet straw, and warm breath in the cool afternoon. The sacred hush is behind you now. The castle's animals are ready to remind you that earthly matters never stay outside for long. The scent finds you before the stable doors do. It comes on the air in layers, thickening as you cross the yard hay warmed by bodies, leather damp from use, old straw, horse sweat, manure, wet wood, iron, and that deep animal heat that no winter wind quite manages to erase. After the chapel's beeswax hush, the stables feel almost blunt in their honesty. Nothing here pretends to be cleaner than it is. Life stamps, chews, breathes, and leaves proof. Your dog, who has followed you through soot, stairs, laundry steam, kitchen clatter, and chapel silence with the grave devotion of a minor saint of free crusts, suddenly becomes more alert. Its ears lift, its pace changes. The stable yard is clearly a country of messages invisible to you but written everywhere for noses. The stable block sits low and long against the inner wall, built for shelter rather than grace. The roof is dark with age and weather. The wide doors stand partly open to let air move through, and inside the light comes in broad dusty shafts through slits and vents, catching motes of chaff as they turn and drift. You hear horses shifting before you see them properly, a stamp, a snort, the scrape of a hoof against stone, the rustle of halter against wood. Agnes nods toward the entry. Mind your step, mind your hands, mind the grey mare in the third stall if you value your sleeves. This is useful information and also, somehow, a threat. Inside, the warmth is immediate. Not hearth warmth, not kitchen heat, but the living warmth of many large animals gathered under one roof. It rises from them in a damp, steady cloud that softens the edge of the cold and carries with it the unmistakable aroma of stable life. There are few scents more medieval than a stable in use. A castle may boast banners and stone, but horse breath in winter air is the true perfume of power. The aisle is layered with trampled straw, darkened in patches where wet has spread and dried and spread again. Along one wall hang tack, harness, curry combs, lead ropes, sacks of feed, and a clutter of little things that stable hands somehow always know the location of and no one else ever does. A lantern hook holds no lantern. A bucket sits where a boot will eventually find it by accident. A wheelbarrow leans in a posture of total fatigue. The horses turn their heads as you enter. There are 4 in the nearer row and more beyond a chestnut with one white sock, a broad dark bay with the patient face of a monk, the grey mare Agnes warned you about, and a smaller rough-coated animal that may serve more cart than saddle, and looks at you as though deeply unimpressed by human plans in general. Their breath ghosts faintly in the air. One swishes its tail, another works its jaw around hay with calm indifference. A stableman named Perrault, whose sleeves are lined with straw and whose beard seems to have gathered half the hayloft in sympathy, gives you a glance and says, "Good, we're due a clearing." Apparently every room in the castle has spent the day saying this about you. The work here begins with mucking out. There is no elegant way to describe it. You take a fork and shovel, pull back the cleaner straw from the surface, and begin lifting out the soaked and fouled bedding beneath. It is heavy, steamy, and infinitely less pleasant than clean hay looks in poems. The fork catches damp clumps that cling together with malicious loyalty. The shovel takes what the fork leaves. You pile it into the barrow, which grows weightier with each load until it feels like a cart full of bad choices. The horses watch you with the composed superiority of creatures who contribute greatly to the problem and absolutely nothing to its solution. Your dog keeps a prudent distance, though it noses at the cleaner straw with professional interest. Somewhere overhead, pigeons mutter in the rafters like little old men disapproving of the whole arrangement. Perrault shows you the rhythm: strip the worst, scrape the floor, scatter dry straw or sweepings to absorb what remains, fork again, carry out, replace with fresh bedding, quick hands, calm movements, no foolishness near the hind legs, and don't, he adds, startle the grey one. The grey mare, hearing perhaps her own reputation, swings her head and blows sharply through her nose. You take this as a formal introduction. The first stall floor beneath the old bedding is beaten earth with stone edging near the front. It is slick in places and compacted in others. You scrape it with a flat hoe while Perrault forks out the last damp straw. The smell rises hot and grassy and sour, not unbearable, but persuasive. This is stable smell in its fullest argument. Some swear fresh-cut herbs scattered into stall bedding can keep sickness from horses. Others hang rowan twigs or small charms near the doors against the evil eye, especially if the animal is valuable. Here, above the dark baize stall, hangs a little plait of straw tied with faded blue thread. For luck you ask. Perrault shrugs. For thieves, bad hooves, and envy, same as anything worth money. That seems to be a recurring truth in castles. The dearer the thing, the more little protections grow around it. You push the laden barrow out into the yard and toward the manure heap beyond the stable wall. The wheel complains over every rut. Twice it sticks in the mud, and twice you put your shoulder into the handle until it grudgingly lurches forward. A pair of crows hop near the heap with the look of creatures confident that all human labour eventually benefits them. The dog trots beside the barrow as if accompanying a parade it did not entirely approve but feels compelled to witness. By the time you return for the second stall, your arms have begun a deeper kind of aching than laundry gave you. This is not the sharp soreness of wringing linen or scrubbing boards. It is the broad fatigue of lifting wet weight from the ground again and again. Medieval work has many dialects of exhaustion, and the stables speak one of the more direct ones. The grey mare's stall is next. You move gently, as warned. She pins one ear back when you enter, then relaxes when Perrault comes near and lays a hand on her shoulder. Her coat is pale silver under the dust, darker at the knees and flank, and her eye follows your movements with that clear. Considering intelligence, horses have half patience and half opinion. Talk to her, Perrault says. What about? He gives you a look, whatever comes into your head. Horses trust voice sooner than silence. So you do. Not eloquently. You tell her you mean no insult, that you're only after her floor, that the day has already given you chamber pots and kitchen grease, and therefore you have no remaining pride to lose. She flicks an ear, which may be acceptance or mockery. You strip the bedding carefully, working around her hindquarters at a respectful angle. She shifts once, stamps lightly, then settles to watching. A strand of her mane catches the light from the doorway and glows almost white for a breath. Outside, somewhere, a bucket rings against stone. Even now, it is hard to tell whether horses in castles are treated as noble companions, expensive tools, or soft-nosed saints of inconvenience. The answer, like most medieval answers, appears to be all three depending on who is speaking, and how recently the horse has bitten someone. Once the stalls are mucked and rebedded, there is sweeping to do in the aisle. Straw is drawn aside, dried dung gathered, loose chaff collected, spilled feed brushed up before rats claim it by evening. You sweep in long pushes toward the door while the horses shift and breathe above you. Dust rises golden in the slant light. A stable cat appears from nowhere, walks directly through the pile you've made, and vanishes under the tack shelf as if obeying a prophecy. Perrault sees your expression. That one belongs to no one. Like the dog belongs to bread, the cat belongs to malice. It is difficult to improve upon that. The tack room lies beyond a half door and smells almost as strong as the stable itself, though in a different key leather, oil, damp wool, horsehair, and the iron tang of buckles and bits. Saddles sit on wooden racks, some light, some broad, their undersides worn dark where horses' warmth has met them day after day. Bridles hang from pegs, girth straps coil like sleeping snakes. Here, too, cleaning waits. You wipe down the saddle stands, shake dust from folded blankets, brush straw from the floor, and sort the tack laid aside after use. Leather must be checked for damp, bits must be rinsed. One saddle cloth is streaked with dried foam and mud where a horse was ridden hard earlier. You carry it outside to beat and air, then hang it near the wall. Perrault takes a rag with oil and begins rubbing one bridle while you clean the iron bit in warm water. The metal smells cold and faintly sour. You scrub away the dried spit and feed froth, then dry it carefully before hanging it back. There is a strange tenderness in this work. Harness and bits are not grand objects in themselves, but they hold enormous trust. A cracked strap, a dirty saw, a neglected buckle, such things can unmake a journey, a hunt, even a life. Some swear iron bits ward ill spirits from horses merely by being iron. Others prefer a saint's medal sewn into the bridle, or a scrap of blessed palm from springtime tucked behind the stall beam. Perrault points out a little horseshoe nailed above the tack room door. For luck, you ask? For keeping what luck we have, he says. Nail it the wrong way and it all runs out. No one can quite agree whether the shoe must point up to hold fortune like a cup, or down to pour blessing over whoever passes beneath. Medieval people seem wonderfully consistent in one thing. Only every custom arrives with at least two incompatible explanations and a relative willing to argue both. The hayloft above needs checking as well. You climb the short ladder and emerge into a warmer dusk-like space under the roof, thick with the scent of dry hay, dust, mouse tracks, and old wood. The loft is stacked with fodder in orderly mounds, though not as orderly as it should be. Loose hay litters the boards. A torn sack spills oats in a mean little crescent near the wall. Pigeon droppings speckle one beam. You carry a broom up and begin to gather the loose hay back where it belongs, mindful not to tread too heavily near the edges. From here, through the vent slats, you can see the yard outside in chopped glimpses, a slice of wall, a passing servant, a line of laundry still stirring in the wind, smoke lifting from the kitchen roof. The whole castle looks busy even in fragments. The hay dust gets everywhere, into your sleeves, your nose, your mouth. You sneeze once so loudly that pigeons burst upward in a frantic clatter, and your dog below barks once in startled outrage. This echoes through the stable and earns you a dry laugh from Perrault. Bless you, he says, and the saints preserve the hay. You gather spilled oats into a sack and tie the torn mouth with string. Waste not. Even mouse-nibbled grain may go to poultry if no horse will take it. Beside the loft hatch you find an old charm knotted from straw and tiny bones, blackened with dust and age. Should that stay you call down? Perrault looks up, squints, and says, "Oh, that... leave it. Old Martha swore it kept colic off the mares. Did it?" He pauses, some years better than others. That is about as rigorous as stable theology gets. Once the loft is swept enough to satisfy practicality, you descend and help carry in fresh straw for the newly cleaned stalls. Armful by armful, you spread it in dry golden banks. The horses lower their noses to inspect. The dark bay immediately begins nosing for his feed bucket as if the improvement is a personal reward. The grey mare steps onto the fresh bedding with visible approval and nearly brushes your shoulder with her neck in passing. It is the closest thing to a blessing you've received since the priest's nod in the chapel. Outside the stable doors, the afternoon has turned cooler. The light is beginning to lose its height, stretching longer across the yard. A cart rattles near the gate. Somewhere up on the wall walk a guard calls down to another. The bell does not sound now, but you feel the day leaning toward evening anyway. There are still smaller outer buildings to tend. A feed shed where grain has spilled, a kennel corner near the wall where old straw must be changed, a tool lean-to where mud has dried on shovels, and the handles of forks are greasy from many hands. Cleaning a castle, you are learning, is not a single great labour, but an endless scattering of necessary attentions, each one small enough to describe and large enough to exhaust. You sweep the feed shed, gather spilled oats, wipe down the chest lid, and close it firmly against rats. In the kennel corner you lift out old straw and replace it, trying not to think too hard about the smell of damp hound. The dog follows you there and sniffs the fresh bedding with professional interest before deciding his standards are higher. In the tool lean-to you scrape mud from the blades of spades and stack them straight against the wall. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether a castle is more like a household or a village. By now you suspect it is both, plus a fortress, plus a barn, plus a monastery of chores. Every part of it lives differently, and every part gets dirty in its own dialect. When at last the stable aisle is swept, the stalls rebedded, the tack room ordered, the loft straightened, and the outer corners brought back from disorder to usefulness. Pera hands you a small piece of apple gone soft at one edge. For the grey one, he says. You hold it out flat on your palm. The mare comes forward, nostrils velvet soft and warm, and takes it with careful lips, then chews with grave satisfaction. Her breath lingers in the air between you, sweet with hay. For one quiet moment, the work seems to soften around the edges. Then a gust blows through the doors, carrying with it the cold and the far-off smell of damp linen, kitchen smoke, and the main keep beginning to think toward evening. Agnes appears at the stable entrance and glances once over the cleaned aisle. Good, she says. Now the upper rooms. Of course the upper rooms. Because while the horses breathe easier and the stalls lie fresh with straw, the guest chambers and drafty corners above have had all day to gather dust, stale air, bent blankets, guttered candles, and the tired smells of sleeping people. The stables may be honest, but the chambers are waiting to be discreet. You give the grey mare one last look, wipe your hands on your apron, and follow Agnes back toward the keep, with the dog once more at your heel, and the scent of hay still clinging to you like a rough country memory. You leave the stables with hay in your sleeves, horse warmth still clinging faintly to your cloak, and the particular kind of tiredness that settles deep in the thighs after too much lifting and too many narrow turns. The dog follows as ever, now carrying itself with the air of one who has personally supervised the proper running of several important departments and found them adequate. Behind you, the stable doors stand half open to the cooling afternoon, and the grey mare's last breath drifts out into the yard like a ghost of summer trapped in winter air. Ahead, the keep rises in pale stone, and with it the next labour. The upper rooms are not reached quickly. Nothing in a castle is reached quickly except cold. You cross the yard, pass beneath an arch where the stone is damp in the joints, and climb again into the interior passageways, which now hold the day's gathered smells like old cloth folded away, smoke from the kitchens, wax from the chapel, the faint sourness of damp wool drying somewhere out of sight, a thread of rosemary from the refreshed rushes in the hall below. All of it mingles in the stone air, making the castle smell not clean exactly, but inhabited in a tidier manner. Agnes leads you toward the chamber level, where the corridors are narrower than the hall yet quieter than the service stairs. Here the light slants in from slit windows and lies pale along the floor. The rushes are thinner, better kept. A few woven runners soften the boards and stone at key turns, though they carry enough dust to prove that softness is no defence against use. Doors line the passage, some plain oak, some with iron hinges more decorative than necessary, all marked by the small signs of life handprints near latches, scuffed thresholds, a forgotten cloth on a peg, a cracked basin waiting on a stool. These first, Agnes says, nodding toward a row of guest rooms, then the lesser chamber by the south corner, then the old nurse's room if she lets you in. Agnes gives you a look. She's alive, isn't she? This appears to be explanation enough. The first guest room smells of cold ashes, stale linen, and the faint powdery scent of rushes long past their best. It is not a grand apartment, merely a chamber for a passing cleric or lesser knight, yet after the stable it feels almost delicate. There is a narrow bedstead with rope support and a straw mattress covered by folded blankets, a stool, a small coffer, a wall peg for cloaks, one shuttered window, and a little hearth set into the wall with only old grey ash remaining inside. On the sill stands a half-burned candle, and beside it a pewter cup with a film of yesterday at the bottom. The room has the weary air of someone who rose in haste and left the rest for others, which, to be fair, is exactly what happened. You begin by opening the shutter. Cold afternoon light spills in at once, thin and sharp, and the room changes under it. Dust becomes visible. The blanket's nap shows its flattening. A little puff of stale air escapes as though the chamber itself has been holding its breath. Outside the window the view is narrow, a stretch of yard roof, a slice of wall, a distant thread of smoke moving into the pale sky. You strip the bed. The blankets are heavy wool, smelling of sleep, old smoke, and that faint bodily warmth that lingers in cloth after a night's use. Beneath them the linen sheet is creased, with one corner partly untucked and a small faint stain near the foot where muddy toes or a damp hem must have offended the bedding. You gather all into a bundle for the laundry, shaking out loose crumbs and a remarkable quantity of dust first. A feather escapes from the bolster and turns in the light before settling to the boards. No one can quite agree whether feather beds are better for the soul than straw mattresses, but they are certainly better for anyone who is not the one carrying them. Here, though, this is a straw mattress, lumpy, practical, and a little uneven from use. You lift it, beat it lightly, turn it, and lay it back down so the weight of another sleeper may at least trouble it differently. Some swear mattresses should be turned with the waxing moon for good health, others on saints' days, and others only when they smell sufficiently persuasive. Medieval advice has a strong gift for presenting household inconvenience as cosmic wisdom. You smooth fresh linen over the bed, tucking it tight under the mattress edge, then fold back the blanket neatly. The bed immediately looks less like a confession and more like a place. The dog, who has waited in the doorway, takes one interested step in and then thinks better of it, perhaps sensing that chamber floors yield fewer opportunities than hall rushes, or perhaps it simply recognizes social rank when it sees it. Even dogs know which rooms require decorum and which only require crumbs. You empty the pewter cup, wipe it, polish it dry, then straighten the stool and fold the blanket at the bed foot with more care than the absent guest ever gave it. The little hearth needs cleaning as well. You gather the ash, save 2 half-burned charcoal pieces for reuse, and wipe the stone lip where soot has smudged. A dead moth lies in the corner of the hearth and is removed with solemn respect due to all who lose arguments with candlelight. The second room is worse. This one has housed 2 travellers, judging by the doubled clutter and the smell of wet wool that still hangs stubbornly in the corners. There are 2 cups, one overturned, a crust of bread under the bed, candle wax hardened on the windowsill, a cloak hook bent slightly under some nobleman's idea of proper outerwear. On the floor near the hearth is a little scatter of rushes mixed with mud, as though the room itself tried to imitate the yard. You set to work. Bed stripped, linen bundled, blankets shaken, bolster patted back into shape, stool righted, cup cleaned, crumbs swept, sill wiped, wax scraped, floor brushed, hearth ash removed, window opened, room aired. It is the same labour repeating itself, yet never quite the same, because every chamber tells on its last occupant in different ways. One reveals impatience, another vanity, another chill bones and poor sleep, another the habit of reading late by candle stump, another the inability to lift a cup without leaving a ring. At the third room you find a sprig of lavender under the pillow. For scent you ask as Agnes passes. For sleep, she says, or for dreams. Some swear it quiets the dead. Does it? She shrugs, depends how noisy the dead are. You leave the lavender there until the linen is changed, then set it on the windowsill before remaking the bed. It seems unkind to throw away anyone's little bargain with the night. The upper corridor itself must also be tended. Dust gathers in the corners by the runners, at the base of door frames, along the window ledges, and around the benches placed at intervals for sitting, waiting, or avoiding company. You sweep it in sections, drawing the dust into a pan with the same patient movements the whole day has taught your body. A bead turns up near one wall, a pin near another. At one bend in the passage you find a tiny pilgrim badge, bent at the fastening, showing some saint or shrine too worn to identify. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether such badges are carried for devotion, vanity, or simple proof that one has travelled farther than one's neighbours. Perhaps all three. You place it on the little table by the stairs in case someone claims it later, though privately you doubt anyone will. The south corner chamber is colder than the others. Its window catches the wind, and even with the shutter closed the room breathes a narrow chill through the frame. The bed here is smaller, the blanket thinner. A basket of mending sits by the stool, and the chest at the wall is half open to reveal wool, thread, and a wrapped bundle of herbs. This room belongs not to a guest but to one of the household women, and her order has a different shape to it, less display, more purpose. The candle here is trimmed better, the rushes are fresher, the basin cleaner. Still, dust has settled on the sill, a little soot gathers in the hearth, and the blanket carries the folds of a body that rose before dawn and did not return. You tidy it gently, as though the room itself might object to too much rearrangement. A folded kerchief is placed squarely on the stool. The mending basket lid is set back on. The window ledge is wiped around a tiny clay saint tucked in the corner. A loose thread on the bed cover is snipped. The rushes nearest the door are swept away and replaced with the small handful from a fresh bundle Agnes carries. At once the room smells slightly greener. Some swear keeping fresh herbs or rushes in sleeping chambers helps prevent bad air from settling on the lungs overnight. Others simply prefer not to wake to the scent of old feet and extinguished candle. Both seem sound. Then comes the old nurse's room. Agnes knocks once and opens the door before waiting for answer, which tells you all you need to know about the household order. Inside, the room is dimmer, warmer, and fuller than the others. Bundles of herbs hang from the beams. A little brazier gives off a dry medicinal heat. There are stools, baskets, cloths folded in stacks, 2 blankets on the bed, a chest with bottles atop it, and a narrow shelf holding combs, bone needles, linen rolls, a beeswax salve pot, and 3 little charms of string, wood, and bone that make no particular effort to explain themselves. The old nurse herself sits by the brazier wrapped in a blanket and looking as though she invented disapproval before breakfast many years ago. "You're here late," she says. "You're still here," Agnes answers. "This apparently counts as affection." The nurse sniffs, then waves one spotted hand toward the window and bed. "Do what you must, but don't move the jar by the pillow, and mind the red string, and don't throw out the dried yarrow. It still has virtue. No one could possibly be more alive." You open the shutter a crack, enough for light without inviting too much draught, then change the sheet with the nurse still in the chair, which requires a careful lifting and turning of the mattress corners while avoiding the various possessions that defend the room from ordinary logic. The jar by the pillow smells strongly of goose fat, garlic, and something bitter. The red string is tied around the bedpost. The dried yarrow hangs from the beam above. For what is the red string, you ask, before good sense stops you? For keeping off what lingers, the nurse says. What lingers? She gives you a stare like an old hawk. Everything. That is one answer, at least. Some swear red thread wards off envy, fever, nightmares, wasting sickness, or the wandering glance of fairies who prefer infants and fools. Others use iron nails, rowan, saints' relics, salt, or prayers half remembered from childhood. In this room they all seem to live comfortably together. Folk cure, faith, herb lore, and stubborn habit lie in the same basket and have clearly stopped bothering to sort themselves. You do not disturb a single charm. Instead, you sweep carefully around the chair legs, collect the hearth ash into a pan, wipe the sill, fold the blanket at the bed foot, and straighten the linen rolls on the shelf. The nurse watches all this as though judging both your competence and your soul. At one point the dog wanders in, pauses, and sits. The nurse looks at it. That one sees things. Mostly bread, you say. She considers bread too. The room, once tidied, feels less cluttered though no less guarded. Its warmth is homely rather than noble, built from brazier heat, folded wool, dried herbs, and years of use. As you leave, the nurse calls after you, mind the draught under the south stair, it brings coughs. Whether she means an actual current of cold air or something less measurable, you cannot tell. By now the corridor outside has shifted with the afternoon. The light through the slit windows is slanting lower and losing its brightness. Footsteps echo less often. Somewhere below, a door thuds shut. Somewhere farther off, laughter rises and is swallowed by stone. The castle is not quieting yet, but it is thinking about it. There remain the smaller tusks of upper rooms and corners, the little unnoticed places where disorder breeds quietly while grander work attracts attention. You wipe the benches in the passage, shake the runners, straighten a stool set askew outside one chamber, gather 2 dead rush stems from the stair turn, remove a broken comb tooth from a sill, collect spent candle stubs from iron wall cups, fold a blanket left airing over a chest, close a chest lid that someone left open enough to invite mice. Cleaning, you realize more and more, is partly the rescue of objects from other people's interruptions. At the guest end of the corridor there is a little alcove with a narrow bench and a table where travellers sometimes leave gloves, cups, or their good sense. Today it holds a chipped bowl, a tallow stub, a half-burned scrap of rosemary, and a tiny bone button. You gather the button and the candle, wipe the table, and set the rosemary by the window. The alcove, once cleared, becomes suddenly pleasant in a severe way. A place to wait while hearing the wind outside the slit window. A place to rub cold hands. A place for a servant with aching knees to sit down for one completely stolen breath. You do not sit. That would be dangerous to your chances of rising again. Instead, you look along the corridor of newly made beds, wiped sills, cleaned hearths, folded blankets, and straightened stools. The work is quiet enough that no one will notice unless they enter one room before and another after. Yet it changes the whole upper level. The air moves better. The smells are softer. Rooms no longer look abandoned between uses. They look ready, and readiness, in a castle, is half of comfort. No one can quite agree whether travellers remember more the welcome of a host or the state of the bed they are given. But a clean blanket, a swept hearth, and a decent candle can make even a drafty room feel less hostile. You suspect history owes more to tidied chambers than chronicles admit. Agnes appears from the stair with a bundle of fresh rushes on one arm, and a look that says the day has not, in fact, grown kinder just because the beds look orderly. The gateside next, she says. Mud's built up again by the outer passage. Of course it has. Because all day long, while you've worked your way through floors, soot, tables, pots, stairs, linen, kitchens, chapels, and stables, the world outside has continued entering the castle on boots and wheels. Mud waits for no one, winter mud least of all. Beyond the upper quiet of these chambers lies the colder business of walls, gates, thresholds, and the endless labour of keeping the outdoors only partly outdoors. You take up the dustpan, the broom, the bundle of old cloths, and follow Agnes back toward the stair, while the dog rises from the old nurse's door with the weary purpose of one ready to supervise the final nuisances of daylight. The upper rooms, for now, are in order. The gatehouse is another matter entirely. You come down from the chamber level with the smell of dried lavender and old wool still faint in your sleeves, and almost at once the castle reminds you that all upper-order neatness rests on a very muddy foundation. The lower passages grow colder as you descend. The air shifts from the stale gentleness of sleeping rooms to the rougher breath of doors opening, boots passing, and winter damp shouldering its way through every crack it can find. By the time you reach the gate side, the stone beneath your feet has changed character entirely. It is no longer the inward stone of halls and corridors. It is outward stone, touched all day by weather, traffic, and the kingdom beyond the walls. The gate passage lies under the great arch where everyone enters, unless they are important enough to avoid ordinary doors or unlucky enough to be carried through unwillingly. It is a place of transition, and transition, you are learning, is another word for dirt. Here the castle meets the road, and the road never arrives politely. The passage is long and dim, its ceiling low enough to feel protective and oppressive at once. The outer doors stand open for the moment, and through them you can see the late afternoon light thinning over the track beyond the walls. The ground outside is a misery of churned mud, cart ruts, hoof marks, and puddles reflecting the pale sky like bits of dented pewter. Inside the archway, that mud has been dragged in on boots, wheels, paws, and hooves until the stone floor bears a whole day's worth of arrivals. A guard on the bench by the inner wall lifts one foot, studies the mess beneath it, and says, "It's been a busy day." There is no boast in this. It is merely diagnosis. Agnes hands you a broad scraper and points to the worst of the build-up near the outer threshold, where the mud has begun to dry in ridges. Get the thick of it first, then sand, then cloth. Else you only spread the kingdom farther indoors. This sounds correct in a way all miserable truths do. You begin at the threshold itself, where the stone dips slightly from long use. The mud there is layered fresh wet brown over older drying grey over a thin dark stain in the middle that may once have been rain, manure, or the accumulated memory of all wheels since the mason set the slab down. You press the scraper under the first ridge and lift. It comes free in a heavy curling strip, leaving cleaner stone beneath for perhaps one glorious heartbeat before another boot steps over the place and adds its opinion. This is the gatehouse lesson. You're not cleaning a still room. You're trying to tidy a stream. Men come and go while you work. A porter with a bundle of firewood balanced on one shoulder. 2 villagers bringing sacks to the kitchen court. A messenger spattered to the knee from the road. A young lad leading a pony whose hooves leave wet half-moons on the cleaner parts of the stone with almost artistic precision. Each one apologizes only with body language, if at all. The world must enter somewhere, and it enters here with all its boots on. The dog stays near the inner side of the passage, wisely avoiding the worst of the track. Now and then it sniffs at a newcomer with quiet authority, as though serving in some unofficial office of customs and moral judgment. You scrape steadily. Mud gathers in heaps that look, in a less weary age, almost sculptural. Bits of straw are trapped in it, and small stones, and one lost nail, and a shred of blue thread that may once have belonged to a traveller's hem. Near the wall you find the crushed remains of a chestnut shell, ground so thoroughly into the muck that it seems more theory than object. The castle receives not only people, but fragments of everywhere those people have been. No one can quite agree whether winter roads are worse for carts or for tempers. Here at the threshold, with wet cold creeping through your soles and the smell of road muck mixing with the stone damp of the gate passage, you suspect both suffer equally. Once the thicker layers are lifted, you fetch buckets and begin washing the stone in sections. Not much water, too much, and you simply make another kind of hazard. Agnes sprinkles coarse sand over the slicker patches, and together you scrub it in with stiff brooms until the mud loses its shine and breaks apart. The sound echoes under the arch in dry, relentless strokes. Scrape, brush, rinse, wipe. Around you the day keeps arriving. A cart rolls in then, slowly, its wheel rim grinding against the threshold stone with a painful groan. The horse drawing it is patient in the way only overworked animals and old priests can be. The cart bed holds barrels covered by sacking, and the driver raises one hand in apology at the sight of your work. "Road's bad by the lower ford," he says. Agnes, still scrubbing, replies, "I can tell." He laughs once, because what else is there to do, and moves on. The wheels leave broad wet crescents. You wait until they pass, then set to them too. Inside the gatehouse itself, beyond the arch passage, lies a chamber of benches, pegs, a chest for tools, a rough table, and the little comforts of men who spend their days watching comings and goings with cold hands and suspicious eyes. The room smells of damp cloaks, torch smoke, leather, and the lingering ghost of onions eaten over duty. Rushes have been laid here more generously than in some service passages, perhaps because gate guards stand long hours and even practical men like something softer underfoot. Those rushes are now trampled dark near the doorway and need changing. You rake the worst of them up while one of the guards lifts his stool to let you pass. "Leave the bench by the wall," he says. "That one's dry." Agnes says, "Then move your boots off it." He does, with the resigned obedience of someone who knows exactly where power lies in a household and has long since chosen not to argue with women holding brooms. The old rushes smell of wet wool and boot leather more than anything greener. You gather them into a basket and carry them out to the yard heap, where the wind cuts across the open space and reminds you the day is leaning toward evening now. Smoke from the kitchens runs flatter in the air. The sky above the wall is paling toward that cold colour, which means dusk is thinking about the horizon. Back inside, you sweep the gatehouse corners, finding all the little things corners collect when watched by men who do not volunteer to tidy them: a bent peg, 2 nutshells, a clotted drip of tallow, crumbs, old ash from the brazier, and one tiny carved token in the shape of a cross, dark with handling. For luck, you ask, holding it up. One guard glances over and says, "For arrows." The other says, "For dice." Agnes says, "For being fools with spare knives." All 3 explanations feel equally likely. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether gatehouses are governed more by military caution or by superstition. Little charms appear here as naturally as spare rope and spear shafts. A horseshoe above the inner lintel, a cross cut into the bench leg, a saint's name scratched near the murder-hole stair. Men on watch like to believe stone helps them, but they like a few invisible allies as well. You set the little token back on the table rather than throw it away. The brazier in the gate chamber must be cleaned next, not emptied fully, because the evening watch will want heat, but ordered ash lifted, live coals banked, the iron rim wiped, spilled cinders swept back from the floor. It is a smaller hearth than the hall's, and therefore somehow more intimate. Here men warm hands, dry gloves, stare into embers while measuring strangers, and mutter the sort of talk that grows from boredom, cold, and duty. The bench nearest it is polished dark by years of use. You wipe it clean and catch a whiff of old leather and damp wool rising from the grain. Near the pegs hangs a row of cloaks, each with its own weather still in it. One drips faintly from the hem. Beneath another, the wall has grown muddy where it brushed. You wipe that too. The task seems endless only because it is. After the inner gatehouse comes the outer yard edge. This is where traffic slows, bunches, spills, waits, and leaves a sort of borderland between castle order and road disorder. The paving stones here are irregular, with muddy seams between them and puddles collecting where the ground settles badly. You take a shovel and channel the worst standing water toward the drain cut along the wall. The water runs brown and slow, carrying little leaves, horse dung, and a surprising number of feathers with it. You scatter ashes from a bucket over the slicker patches to cut the mire. Immediately the ground looks less treacherous and slightly more ashamed of itself. A woman bringing in a basket from the village pauses and says, "Bless the ash. I nearly slid there this morning." "Then mind it now," Agnes replies. Again, the whole world seems built on practical holiness. Some swear scattering ash at thresholds does more than dry mud. They say it confuses ill luck, marks the place where outside must stop, or weakens the track of witches and wandering things that follow home behind travellers. Others use salt, juniper smoke, or prayer. Here, ash is cheaper and clearly effective, which may be why it survives every theological argument. At the side of the gate passage sits a barrel for drip water and another for sand. Both need straightening, their lids wiped, their rims cleaned of the black smears left by many hands. You do so while a boy from the kitchens runs through with a loaf wrapped in cloth and leaves one perfect footmark on the place you just swept. He freezes. You look at the print. He looks at you. Then Agnes says, "Go on." He goes on with the gratitude of the narrowly spared. The dog comes and sniffs the damp print once, perhaps cataloguing the offender for future thought. Near the postern stair, where a narrower door allows quieter comings and goings, the floor is worse than expected. Fewer feet pass there, but they pass with purpose, and purposeful boots often arrive least clean of all. Mud has dried beneath the peg rail, and a little pile of straw and grit has formed behind the chest where no one thought to look. You drag the chest forward and find beneath it not only dirt but also a spoon, a glove finger, and 3 mouse droppings. The spoon is washed. The glove finger is thrown out. The droppings are dealt with in a tone of silence that implies old war between household and vermin. Even now, it is hard to tell whether castles are better at keeping enemies out or inviting mice in. The walls are certainly more successful with armies. From the wall walk overhead comes a call and the answering call from beyond the gate. The sound rolls down through the stone like another sort of bell, less holy and more practical. A patrol is due back before dusk. That means more boots, more mud, perhaps wet cloaks too. Agnes hears it and works faster, not frantically, but with that sharpened pace all competent people acquire when they see the next wave coming. You refresh the rushes in the gate chamber, laying only a thin layer where the men stand most and leaving the rest sparse so the new stuff is not immediately wasted. The green smell rises briefly. Rosemary and some tougher field herb mixed in. One guard inhales and says, "Makes it almost seem civilized." Agnes replies, "Don't grow attached." Wise again. The benches are wiped, the table cleared, the brazier set, the threshold scraped, the floor sanded, the outer stones ashed, the postern corner swept, the pegs straightened, the little chest pushed back into place. For a few moments, the gatehouse feels balance between road and shelter, capable of receiving the evening without disgracing itself. Then the patrol returns. 3 men and 1 boy, boots dark with mud, one leading a horse whose flanks are damp from work. They come through with that tired end-of-day energy that turns everyone half practical, half hungry. Their entrance leaves a new procession across the outer stones and 3 fresh clods in the passage. You stare for just a breath, and one of the men, seeing your face, says, "Could be worse." How, asks Agnes. He thinks about it. Rain. No one can quite argue with that. So you do what the whole day has taught you to do. You go after the fresh mess while it is still fresh. Scrape the clods, wipe the tracks, scatter a little more ash where the horse stamped, straighten the bench after one cloak is thrown down on it. There is no indignation left in the work now. Only rhythm, only the simple knowledge that cleanliness in a castle is not a state, but a discipline of return. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether the hardest part of medieval labour is the cold, the weight, the smell, or the endless repetition. By this hour, you begin to suspect it is repetition softened by acceptance. Not hopelessness, never that. Merely the clear-eyed understanding that every cleaned thing will ask again tomorrow, and perhaps again before supper. At last the gateside is as ordered as evening will allow. The outer track still lies beyond the walls like a threat made of mud and hoof-prints. But within the arch the stones are passable, the chamber tolerable, the brazier ready, the benches wiped, the rushes refreshed, and the thresholds marked by ash against both water and whatever else people worry might cross with it. The sky has dimmed further. Through the open gate you see the western light thinning into a pale wash over the road. The wind bites sharper now, and the smell of supper has begun to drift unmistakably from the kitchen side of the yard. Somewhere in the castle a door closes, then another. Evening has entered. Agnes straightens slowly and presses a hand to her back. "Good," she says. "Now you may eat." The sentence lands on you like a blessing. Not rest, not yet. Castles are not so generous. But a pause, at least, a rough meal and a moment to stand still with bread in hand while the day folds toward its final labours. Beyond that still wait the unnoticed tasks that gather after noon, and before dark the small things no one names until they are missed. The little restorations that prove a place is never truly clean, only constantly tended. You set down the scraper, flex your numb fingers, and follow the smell of food toward the inner court, with the dog rising at once to accompany you in the entirely spiritual hope of shared crumbs. The gatehouse is behind you for now, holding back weather and mud as best any threshold can. The day, however, is not done with you yet. You follow the smell before you fully trust the promise of it. After a day spent scraping, hauling, beating, wringing, sweeping, wiping, lifting, and stooping until your bones seem to have developed opinions of their own, the scent of supper reaches you like a hand at the small of the back. It comes from the kitchen side and threads through the yard in warm currants, barley, onions, broth, a little garlic, a little smoke, and the dark, comforting edge of bread crust. Evening has not fully settled yet, but the light has turned thin and grey-blue above the walls, and the cold now comes on with more purpose. The castle, for all its labour, is beginning to think about dark. In the service corner near the kitchen door, a rough meal has been set out for those who can snatch it standing. There is no grand table here, only a board laid across 2 barrels, a pot of thick pottage, a loaf already half torn, a crock of salt, and a jug of weak ale. Steam rises from the pot in modest clouds. Beside it, a basket holds onions with their skins still dusty. The setup has all the elegance of necessity, which, in a castle, is often more reliable than luxury. Agnes takes a wooden bowl, fills it halfway, and hands it to you as if granting temporary mercy. Eat before it skins over. You do not need further instruction. The pottage is thick enough to persuade a spoon to stand upright if it wished, full of barley, beans, onion, and bits of something smoky that might once have had a more specific identity. It is plain, hot, and very nearly perfect. The bread is coarse and dense, with a crust that resists at first and then yields. You stand with bowl in one hand, bread in the other, and feel warmth return to places in you that had been quietly empty for hours. The dog sits at your boot with an expression so grave it could almost be mistaken for prayer. You tear off a small piece and drop it. It disappears with indecent speed. "See," says Agnes, "loyalty. There's enough dry humour left in you to almost smile." Around you, other workers drift in and out of the meal as duty allows. A kitchen boy gulps his portion in 3 determined mouthfuls and is gone again before the steam has left his bowl. One of the laundry women leans against the wall, drinking ale with both hands around the cup for warmth. Pero from the stables passes through carrying a strap and snatches half an onion without slowing. A guard from the gatehouse comes for bread, leaves with 2 hunks, and offers no explanation. None is needed. In a place like this, food travels according to labour, not etiquette. No one speaks much. The day has already used most of what speech it required. Above the yard, the sky darkens another shade. Smoke lies lower now, flattening under the evening air. Somewhere beyond the keep, perhaps near the chapel side or the outer wall, a bell marks the hour. It sounds softer at this time of day, or perhaps you are simply listening through tiredness. Either way, it settles over the court like a reminder that daylight is no longer an endless resource. You finish the pottage more slowly than you expected, not because you are trying to savour it, though you are, but because the act of standing still feels suspiciously luxurious. For a few breaths you let yourself exist without carrying anything heavier than a bowl. Then Agnes says, "Come on." Of course, the meal is not a conclusion, it is a hinge. You set the empty bowl into the wash basin and follow her back inside, into that strange hour when the castle shifts from daytime labour into evening preparation. It is not the same as morning work, nor is it rest. It is all the little tasks left unsung by the larger ones, the unnoticed straightening, the second sweeping, the refilling, trimming, lifting, moving, closing, checking, the proof that a place is never kept by one great effort, but by countless small returns. The first of these waits in the hall. You re-enter to find it changed again by use. The clean tables are no longer empty. Someone has already laid out cups for the evening meal, and the first servants are crossing through with platters and folded cloths. Fresh boot prints mark the near side of the floor. A little line of ash has escaped from the hearth edge. One bench sits crooked. Another carries a new damp ring where some impatient soul has set down a jug too soon. You stop, look, and feel a tired admiration. The castle truly does create disorder faster than sermons create guilt. Agnes does not waste breath on commentary. She hands you a cloth, you wipe the ring, straighten the bench, sweep the escaped ash, lift the little scraps fallen near the sideboard. The tasks are small enough to seem almost petty one by one, yet together they restore the hall's order just enough for evening to arrive without stumbling over the day. Near the dais, you notice that one candle has guttered oddly, spilling wax down the holder onto the board. You scrape it clean, trim the wick of the next, and gather the better drippings into a wax bowl. Beeswax saved now becomes tomorrow's light. Nothing respectable is wasted. At the lower table, a servant girl is laying trenchers in a line, and one sits askew. You straighten it without thinking. She glances up. "Thanks." The word is so quick and matter-of-fact that it lands more gently than praise ever could. No one can quite agree whether gratitude was rarer in medieval households than now, but it is certainly less decorated. Here it arrives in single syllables and keeps walking. From the hall you are sent to the side passages, where the evening lamps must be checked. This is delicate work compared with hauling stable muck or beating linen, but no less necessary. Small iron cups are fixed at intervals along the corridor walls, each holding a candle stump or waiting for one. Some need clearing of old wax, some need fresh tallow or beeswax fitted in place. A few must simply be straightened so they do not drip against the plaster when lit. You carry a tray with candle ends, a knife, and a little pot for collected wax, and move from sconce to sconce as twilight deepens beyond the slit windows. The corridors feel different now than they did by day. Light drains out of them unevenly. Corners deepen first, doorways darken. The air cools and seems to hold sound more carefully. Somewhere overhead, someone shuts a chest lid. Somewhere below, a spoon strikes a pot. The dog pads beside you, then ahead, then back again, all but invisible when it crosses from one shadow to another. You trim one wick, set another candle straight, scrape away tallow hardened in a thick white collar, and wipe the iron cup clean. Repeat, repeat, repeat. The rhythm is soothing now, almost hypnotic. After a full day of rough labour, there is something calm about preparing for light rather than merely reacting to dirt. Some swear candles that spit and gutter do so because of draughts, poor tallow, or badly trimmed wicks. Others whisper that restless spirits disturb weak flames, especially in old passages and stair turns. Even now, it is hard to tell whether people blame the dead for poor household maintenance, because it is comforting or because it is traditional. Either way, you trim the wicks carefully and leave the ghost nothing to work with. At the stair turn below the upper rooms, you find fresh dust already settling where you swept earlier. You stare at it a moment, then you sweep it again. This, perhaps, is the whole philosophy of the castle day reduced to a single act, not victory, not defeat, return. In the guest corridor above, one room requires fresh water at the basin. Another needs its shutter drawn because the wind has risen. A third has somehow acquired another cup since you cleaned it, and the cup now stands on the sill with the self-satisfaction of an object that knows it will be cleaned by someone else. You take it away. The old nurse's room, when you pass, glows softly through the half-open door with brazier light and herb scent. She's already in bed. Red string still tied at the post, and watches you close the corridor shutter at the end window. Cold tonight, she says. Yes. It gets in under doors, stuff the cracks. This, too, is now part of your evening. So you fetch strips of old cloth and press them along the worst draughts in the door bottoms of the more exposed rooms, the south corner chamber, the little guest room by the stair, the outer corridor turn where the wind always seems to find a path. It is humble work and nearly invisible once done, yet it matters. A castle is not one solid strength. It is 1,000 places where cold tries the seams. From there, Agnes sends you to check the blanket chests. Not all the way through. Only the practical inspection that belongs to evening lids closed against mice. Folded blankets shaken where damp may have touched them. One wool cover brought down for the guard bench. Another sent to the old aunt's room. A third aired briefly near the hearth because someone will want it before sleep. You carry them one by one, your arms protesting in the dull, resigned way they now reserve for anything more complicated than breathing. The dog helps by accompanying the blankets with deep seriousness. One of the guards at the gatehouse, receiving the wool cover, says, "Thought we'd have to freeze honourably. Agnes answers, "Try not to stain it before matins." The guard actually laughs. Evening softens everyone a little, perhaps because darkness levels rank in small, practical ways. Everyone wants warmth, everyone wants light, everyone wants fewer drafts and one more piece of bread. There are braziers to set as well. Not many, only those in the little places where cold gathers early: the gate bench, the chamber passage, the alcove by the side stair. You carry live coals in a lidded iron pan from the kitchen fire, set them carefully into waiting braziers, bank them, and make sure ash has been cleared enough for them to breathe. The smell is sharp and metallic, edged with smoke. Heat blooms slowly from each little basin, changing the feel of a passage almost at once. Some swear that juniper thrown on evening coals sweetens the air and keeps sickness from settling in a room overnight. Others cast dried herbs or a pinch of incense if the household is rich enough. Here, there is only one little handful of rosemary on a brazier in the upper hall, probably more for scent than sanctity, but it lifts into the air with a clean resinous smell that makes the corridor feel briefly less stone-bound. The hall calls you again after that. Fresh rushes must be brought for the evening strewing, not thickly everywhere, only where people will stand longest, where the day's foot traffic has thinned the earlier layer, where the benches meet the floor near the hearth and along the sideboards. You carry armfuls from the bundle stack and scatter them with practiced motion now, letting them fall in pale, dry fans across the stone. This time the herbs mixed in are stronger. Rosemary, mint perhaps, something faintly sweet underneath. The green scent rises into the smoky hall and alters it at once. This is one of the small enchantments of medieval life, how quickly a room can feel renewed by crushed herbs underfoot and fresh rushes on stone, even when the rafters are still dark and the floor bears the memory of everything. Those who tell the tale never fully agree how often such strewing was done in every household, or with what herbs, or whether it was meant more for comfort, cleanliness, or display. In this castle, though, at this hour, it is undeniably for all three. Evening wants to arrive into a hall that appears prepared for it. You spread the last armful near the hearth, and the dog promptly selects the best patch as if guided by a divine calling. Of course, you say. It lowers itself with the contentment of something that has achieved exactly the right balance between effort and reward. The side tables must be checked too, cloth set straight, cups aligned, salt cellars filled, a spoon retrieved from under a bench before someone important notices its absence and invents a theory, a jug wiped down, the little matter of a sticky patch near the buttery door dealt with before it attracts more boots and therefore more trouble. None of these tasks would justify a song, yet together they compose the entire tune of evening order. By now candles are being lit, one by one, along the hall and corridors. Little flames rise and steady. Their light catches the newly wiped sconces and the faint gleam of pewter cups. Shadows lift and settle differently. Stone softens under flicker. The castle begins turning itself from a place of daylight work into one of enclosed warmth and dim corners. You stand for a brief moment in the passage between hall and stair and watch the light change the place you have spent all day cleaning. The floor you scraped this morning now bears fresh rushes. The tables you scrubbed reflect soft bands of candlelight. The hearthstones you cleared are once again active with heat. The stairs you swept carry quieter footsteps now. The chambers above hold drawn shutters and made beds. The gatehouse waits with banked coals. The chapel glows in a hush of wax. The stables settle behind their doors with horses on fresh straw. And yet, even in this moment of order, a kitchen lad hurries through with a bowl and leaves 2 drops on the floor. You wipe them at once, not even thinking. That is the thing. By this hour, The labour has passed beyond individual tasks and become a way of seeing. Every crooked stool asks to be straightened, every drifting ash flake asks to be swept, every draft asks to be blocked, every half-burned candle asks to be trimmed. The castle does not get cleaned once. It is constantly being rescued from itself. Agnes notices you wiping the floor and says, almost lightly, "Now you understand." You're too tired to ask what exactly. The whole day, perhaps. The evening meal begins to gather. Voices rise in the hall, still low but multiplying. Footsteps. Dishes. The first real murmur of people settling to warmth after dark. Your work has not vanished beneath this. Not yet. It has simply become invisible, which may be the truest sign that it has succeeded. Still, there are 1 or 2 final tasks before the night stretch begins. The last corners, the dying embers that must be judged left, banked, or cleared. The little traces of daylight labour that evening does not forgive. Nothing dramatic, nothing anyone will remember. Only the final threadings of order through the fabric of a place too large, too alive, and too full of weather ever to stay neat on its own. The rough meal is long behind you now, swallowed into your strength and already spent. The endless noon has passed into evening, but the work still walks beside you. The castle never truly pauses for evening, it only changes its posture. By the time the last of the corridor candles has been lit and the upper shutters drawn against the colder wind, the great hall is already filling with the softer noise of night assembling itself, voices lowered but multiplied, benches nudged, cups set down, cloths shaken once before being laid, boots coming in from the yard with fresh traces of mud, no matter how carefully thresholds have been scraped. The daylight labour has not ended so much as folded into another shape, and now everything turns toward comfort, display, and the practical illusion that warmth has always been waiting here. You stand at the edge of the hall for a brief moment and take in the scene. The long tables you scrubbed earlier are being laid again, not with splendour enough for a grand feast, perhaps, but with the regular evening order of a household that must eat. Trenchers are placed, cups are lined, salt set out. A cloth is spread across the high board, tugged at the corners until it lies straight. The fire in the hearth has been coaxed back to life and now glows with more confidence, flames catching around the wood and throwing bronze light across the lower stones. The fresh rushes you scattered have already begun to crush under passing feet, releasing their green scent into the smoky air. There is something almost tender in the sight, though tenderness in a castle usually wears work clothes. Agnes appears beside you carrying another bundle of rushes, finer cut than the earlier daytime strewing and mixed more thickly with herbs. "One more pass," she says, "by the dais, by the hearth, and the outer edge where the draught comes in." So the hall must be dressed again. You move along the side of the room, scattering the new rushes in measured handfuls where the earlier layer has thinned and where the evening traffic will gather most. Near the dais, where better boots and finer hems will pass, the strewing is slightly heavier. By the hearth, the floor is given enough to soften the standing place of those who will warm themselves there. Near the outer edge, close to the draught from the doors, Agnes adds an extra sweep of sweet-smelling herbs, perhaps in the hope that no one notices the cold if the air smells a little greener. Some swear sweet flag or rosemary laid in evening rushes helps keep away foul vapours that settle in a hall after dark. Others claim mint lifts the spirit. Rue keeps off envy, and lavender lets the room sleep better once emptied. Even now, it is hard to tell whether anyone truly believes each herb's particular virtue, or whether they simply cling to any habit that makes stone chambers feel less severe. Yet when the fresh rushes fall and release their scent, the whole hall seems to soften. The dog, of course, notices this instantly. It rises from its earlier place by the hearth, wanders to your newest and finest patch near the dais, circles once with the solemnity of a monk choosing a prayer bench, and lowers itself into prime position. You have remarkable instincts, you murmur. It blinks at you, which is as close to boasting as dogs usually get. The candles need their final setting too. Daylight allowed you to prepare the sconces and holders, but now evening demands the actual arrangement of light. A servant comes with the taper from the kitchen fire, and you move with her along the walls, lighting one candle, then another, then another. Each wick catches differently. Some take immediately with a clear bright flame. Some smoke first, sputtering in protest until trimmed. A few bend toward invisible drafts and must be shielded by your hand until the flame strengthens. Little islands of light bloom through the hall, gathering the room back from shadow. It is strange how quickly candlelight hides labour while depending entirely upon it. The iron sconces you wiped now gleam faintly beneath the flames. The boards shine dully where your cloth went over them. The hearth wall, brushed of its worst blackness, reflects more warmth. Even the wax stubs you saved earlier have returned as renewed little columns of light, upright and useful again. No one can quite agree whether a hall looks more honest by day or kinder by candle. Tonight you suspect kindness wins. At the long sideboard, where jugs and serving vessels are arranged, you find that the damp ring you wiped not long ago has been joined by two more. A servant carrying ale has sloshed a little in haste and left it be. You wipe those as well, then straighten the line of cups. Beside them lies a spoon with dried broth along the handle. That too is cleaned. A folded cloth has been placed askew. You refold it. One bench is crooked from someone sitting too hard and rising too quickly. You nudge it back in line with your knee. These are not grand tasks, yet the whole room depends on them. The evening meal begins to gather weight. A pair of boys carrying a pot between them, faces flushed from the heat of the kitchen. A woman follows with a basket of coarse bread under cloth. One of the guards from the gatehouse comes in, cloak still holding a little damp from outside, and pauses near the hearth to thaw. A thin clerk with ink on 2 fingers chooses a place at the lower end and immediately drops a crumb. A lady's maid passes to the upper table with a stack of folded napkins and that particular expression of someone who has been trying to keep finer things tidy in a world built mostly of soot. And through all of it, your own work continues in the margins. You sweep up the crumb, adjust a napkin corner, shift a stool back from blocking the passage, remove a splintered bit of rush stem from the dais step before anyone catches a hem on it, wipe away a fresh dribble of broth from the sideboard, tend to the room not in broad strokes now, but in small, near-invisible corrections. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether the hardest labour is the work that exhausts the body or the work that requires you to notice everything. At this hour, you begin to suspect the noticing is its own weariness. Once your eye has learned to see disorder, it cannot easily stop. A dropped crust becomes a summons. A tilted cup asks to be righted. A smoking candle insists on trimming. A hall is 1,000 tiny requests whispered at once. Near the hearth, the fire needs watching. The logs set earlier have caught well, but one has shifted and rolled slightly against the iron dog, threatening to drop an ember too far forward. You take the iron and nudge it back into place. Sparks leap up, brief gold against black. The heat on your face feels almost luxurious now, not because you're no longer cold, but because the rest of you is so thoroughly tired that warmth seems to arrive deeper. You rake the front edge of the ash to keep the hearth neat. Brush back a little soot where it has fallen, and set 2 half-burned sticks aside to catch later if more heat is needed. A kitchen maid appears with a pan of coals for the side chamber and says, "They want the upper bench warmer." Naturally they do, so you help carry the live coals to the little brazier near the hall side alcove, where older members of the household and those who dislike the draught prefer to sit. The brazier is fed, its rim wiped, the bench nearby brushed clean of a little ash. At once the corner becomes more desirable. Already one of the older women of the household glances toward it with quiet satisfaction, as though warmth has appeared there by divine concession, rather than your own smudged hands. Some swear a warm corner in winter is as valuable as a small inheritance. Watching the room gravitate subtly toward heat, you cannot say they are wrong. Along the dais, the high table requires final attention. The cloth laid there has a fold caught beneath one trencher, giving it a small wrinkle that will certainly offend someone who has never scrubbed a board in his life. You ease it flat. The candle nearest the Lord's place is leaning, its wax growing soft too quickly from the fire's warmth. You move it half a hand's breadth away. A cup has been set upside down and another right side up, which looks untidy even before use begins. You correct that too. On the board's edge is one smear of grease left by a platter, gone at once. The day's labour vanishes like this, not by being undone all at once, but by being gradually covered by living, then quietly restored in the smallest ways. From the lower end of the hall comes a little burst of laughter, not loud, not rowdy. The sort of evening sound that means people are beginning to relax into food and flame. Somewhere a spoon knocks a bowl, someone pulls a bench, the dog lifts its head, hopeful for opportunity, then lowers it again when no crust immediately flies. Your eye catches movement by the hall door. 2 newcomers have entered from the yard, cloaks damp, boots darker still, leaving a fresh crescent of mud just inside the threshold where the day's scraped stones meet the evening's carelessness. You do not even sigh now. You fetch the cloth, wipe the marks, scatter a little dry sand where the wet still shines, and move on. This, too, is evening preparation. Not merely arranging what should be there, but chasing back what should not. No one can quite agree whether medieval halls were ever truly clean by modern expectations. Perhaps not. But cleanliness here is not the absence of all mess. It is the visible triumph of effort over the worst of it. A hall with swept floors, fresh rushes, straight benches, burning candles, ordered boards, and managed mud is as close to peace as stone and appetite are likely to allow. Agnes, meanwhile, is making the room ready in her own way. She moves through the hall like a woman correcting a manuscript written by careless giants. A platter is shifted, a cloth retucked, a child redirected from the better rushes near the dais, a half-empty jug taken away before it can spill further. Watching her, you understand that this part of the evening is almost ceremonial. The castle is being taught how to receive night. In the side passage, the lamps there must be checked once more now that full darkness has begun outside. One near the stair smokes badly. You pinch the wick, trim it, relight it. Another by the chamber turn has nearly gone out in a draught. You shield it and close the door at the stair a little more firmly. The cloth you stuffed at the base earlier has already eased the worst of the cold. At the upper corridor window, dusk has given way almost entirely to dark, the glassless slit showing only a faint final stripe of sky beyond the wall. You draw the shutter closed and latch it. The sound is simple and satisfying. One more seam of cold denied. The upper rooms lie quieter now, prepared for later. The made beds wait, the blankets folded, the basins set. The little chamber by the south corner already holds the low reddish glow of a candle behind the closed shutter. Somewhere, far down the passage, The old nurse coughs once and then settles again. Her red thread remains at the bedpost. Her room, like the rest, is held against the night by wool, herbs, habit, and your own unnoticed tidying. You return to the hall once more. Now the meal is properly underway. Nothing wild. This is no great feast, but enough movement that the room has become fluid again. Hands reach for bread, cups are raised. Someone asks for salt. Someone else wipes a mouth with the back of a hand and receives a look for it. The hall smells of broth, ale, wood smoke, warm rushes, damp cloaks steaming by the fire, and people settling into the fact of evening. And already, all around the edges, your day's cleaning begins to disappear into use. Fresh crumbs scatter, wax falls, mud threatens, ash drifts, a bench scrapes out of line. One of the boys carrying dishes leaves a line of droplets across the floor. A man warming himself at the hearth taps ash from his sleeve. A child tracks a little straw from somewhere unknown clear across the hall like a tiny parade of betrayal. You go after each thing quietly. Cloth, sweep, straighten, trim, wipe, brush, lift, reset. The work now is almost invisible, yet perhaps it always was. Cleaning a castle, you realize, is not really about making it spotless. It is about preventing decline from becoming visible enough to trouble power. The Lord sees a welcoming hall, the guest sees order, the guard feels a warm bench, the old nurse sleeps with fewer draughts. The horse stands on fresh straw. The priest kneels in a chapel free of dust. Beneath all that lies the labour. But the point of the labour is that it should not shout. Some swear this sort of hidden work earns special merit in heaven. Others, more realistically, say it earns another day's employment. In either case, it keeps the world from slipping too quickly toward disorder. Late in the meal, Agnes sends you to fetch one more armful of rushes for the entry to the side chamber, where the first layer has already flattened under too many feet. You carry them in, scatter them lightly, and the scent rises once more fresh, green, almost summer-like for a single breath in the warm, smoky hall. It is astonishing how such a small act can renew a space, crushed herb and dried reed, and suddenly evening seems not only endured, but hosted. The dog stands, sniffs the new patch, and with great decisiveness abandons its earlier excellent spot for this finer one. I admire your flexibility. You tell it. A clerk at the lower table hears and says, "That beast has better lodging than I do." This may well be true. At last, and when the hall is fed with light, warmed in its colder corners, laid with boards, freshened with rushes, and corrected a dozen times over from the first small disorders of night, you step back near the passage arch and look over it. It is beautiful in the medieval sense, not polished, not perfect, not free from smoke or stain, but alive and orderly enough to feel held together. The fire glows steady. Candlelight trembles along iron and pewter. The tables are full without seeming chaotic. The shadows keep their corners. The air carries food, herbs, and wood smoke. Every rough thing has been coaxed toward hospitality, and at the same time, you can see the truth beneath it, the fresh footprints, the crumbs already forming, the wax that will need scraping later, the benches that will again be crooked by the end, the rushes now being crushed into tomorrow's refuse. The day's labour has not been erased. Exactly. It has been spent, like candle wax, in order to make this hour possible. The evening preparations are complete, not because nothing more can go wrong, but because the castle is as ready as effort can make it, before night begins making demands of its own. Agnes passes you with an empty tray and says, "Later, the last of the embers." You nod. Of course, there is always a later. For now, though, The hall lives within the order you and the others have built around it, and you stand in that warm dimness, tired to the bone, watching the room use up your work in real time with a kind of weary affection. A castle is never clean for long, but for one candlelit hour, it can look as though it almost means to be. By the time the evening meal begins to loosen and thin, the castle has entered that softer, stranger part of night, when noise no longer rises in one loud body but breaks apart into pockets. The great hall still holds warmth, talk, cups, and the low scrape of benches. But beyond it the corridors have quieted, doors close, shutters settle. Footsteps become fewer and more distinct. The air outside the walls has gone fully dark, and what remains of the day survives only in firelight, candle glow, and the habits of those who keep such a place from slipping into cold disorder by morning. You feel the hour in your bones before you see it anywhere else. The long work of the day has worn your body down into a kind of honesty. Your shoulders no longer complain, they simply exist as ache. Your hands are rough with soap, ash, water, and grain. Your knees have forgotten softness. Even your thoughts seem quieter now, as if the whole castle's slowing has entered your head and settled there. Still, the day is not done. Castles, like old priests and damp boots, always have one more matter before sleep. Agnes finds you near the side passage with a small iron pan, an ash bucket, and 2 folded cloths over one arm. The last of it, she says. You follow her without argument. The hall comes first. Now that the first rush of eating has passed, the room shows the gentle aftermath of ordinary evening use, not wreckage, not feast day ruin, only the 1,000 little proofs that human beings have warmed themselves, eaten, shifted, talked, and grown comfortable. A cup left near the edge of a board, a crust under a bench, fresh wax fallen onto a sconce tray, a little drift of ash near the hearth where someone has stirred a log too enthusiastically, one stool out of line, a trencher pushed too far back, a damp footprint near the passage arch already drying into a darker shape. You move quietly among these remains. The crust is lifted, the stool straightened, the cup removed, the wax pinched away while still soft enough to yield, the footprint wiped before it hardens into a memory. Near the dais, someone has dropped a tiny pinch of salt and ground it under heel. You brush it away. At the lower board, a spoon lies forgotten beside a folded napkin. Taken back, the gestures are small enough now that they scarcely feel like tasks. They are more like evening corrections. The final touches of a hand smoothing a blanket over a sleeping child. At the hearth, Agnes judges the fire. It is not to be put out completely. A castle does not wait kindly to dead ash and frozen stone if there is any helping it. Instead, the fire must be banked. The brighter logs are drawn inward, the coals raked together into a denser red heart. 2 smaller pieces of wood are laid to catch slowly through the night. Ash is pulled partly over the embers so the heat is held without being smothered. It is careful work, almost intimate. Fire at night is less spectacle than promise. Some swear a banked hearth keeps off more than cold. They say a living ember in the hall discourages wandering spirits, bad dreams, mice in bold moods, and the thin sort of fear that enters with darkness when a place goes fully still. Others simply know that morning is easier if the fire has not had to be born from nothing. Perhaps the practical and the superstitious are only 2 cloaks for the same winter truth. You wipe the hearth lip one last time, gather the loose ash, and stand back. The fire now breathes low and steady, no longer feasting, only enduring. The side passages require their own final round. Candles are checked again, not all lit afresh but judged. Those that may safely burn longer are left. Those too low are pinched out and saved. One in the stair turn leans too close to the wall and is shifted. Another in the upper corridor has pulled wax so thickly that the flame gutters in its own little valley. You trim it, let it steady, then leave it to the silence. The cloth stuffed at the worst draughts are pressed more firmly into place. A latch is checked, a shutter bar tightened. In the upper passage a runner has curled at one edge, enough to catch a sleepy foot. You straighten it. No one can quite agree whether true comfort is made by grand things, a large fire, rich hangings, feather beds, or by the small unnoticed mercies a draught blocked, a wick trimmed, a floor clear of clutter, a blanket already at hand. By night, the answer feels obvious. At the guest rooms you pause only briefly. Doors remain shut. Inside, a murmur here. Nothing there. Perhaps a cough from one chamber, the creak of a bed from another. The rooms you set in order earlier now live in that order. Beds are turned down. Basins stand ready. Shutters closed. Blankets folded or drawn up. The old nurse's room glows faintly under the door, herb-scented and stubbornly awake. You hear her voice once, low and half speaking to herself or to someone memory has not fully released. At the gatehouse, the evening watch is settled. The benches are occupied now, cloaks wrapped tight, hands stretched toward the brazier you cleaned and fed. The fresh wool blanket you carried earlier has already been claimed by the man nearest the wall. Mud has tried once more to enter with late arrivals, but not triumphantly. Only a few marks remain on the stone near the threshold, quickly dealt with. One guard nods as you pass. Another lifts 2 fingers from his cup in the smallest possible salute. Outside the gate, darkness sits on the road. The world beyond the walls has become shape and wind, and the occasional dull sound from somewhere too far to matter. Inside, the ash you scattered earlier still keeps the worst of the damp from turning the threshold treacherous. A little order holding back a great deal of weather. From there, you go once more by the stables. The smell reaches you in the dark before the stable lamp does hay. Warm hide, leather, and the heavy calm of sleeping animals. Inside, the horses are quieter now, great dim forms on their fresh straw, shifting only enough to settle deeper into themselves. One blows softly through its nose, another stamps once and stops. The grey mare turns her head as you enter, and then lowers it again, accepting the night. The stable aisle remains orderly. Your earlier sweeping still visible in the neatness of the floor, the stacked tools, the straight tack. Even the loft above has grown still, no pigeon fussing now, only the muffled presence of hay. You stand there for a moment in the animal warmth, letting it soak into the edges of your tiredness. Those who tell the tale never fully agree whether horses sleep with one eye open, whether stable cats see spirits, or whether dogs choose their people or merely their best prospects. Your own shadowy companion sits just outside the stable door, looking in, then back at you, as if the whole long day has been a patrol the two of you have survived together. You head at last toward the quieter corners. The chapel door is shut, but not latched hard. Inside, through the crack, you can see one candle still burning low before the altar, its little flame almost perfectly still. The room you cleaned now seems to hold its own breath. Wax, prayer, stone, and darkness. Nothing more needed from you there tonight. The laundry yard is empty save for the lines, now mostly bare, and the tubs turned upside down. The kitchen, though calmer, still breathes heat. Someone within is banking coals there too, setting aside what can be reused in the morning, covering dough, hanging the last cloth, doing for that room what you have done for all the others, persuading it toward rest without entirely letting it die. You return to the hall for the final pass. Now the room is thinning. A few late cups remain. A couple of servants move quietly at the sideboard. The lordly end has emptied sooner than the lower. The fire glows red and gold. The rushes lie crushed and fragrant in patches. Shadows have deepened up in the beams where earlier you knocked soot down into morning light. The tables are no longer pristine, of course. There are crumbs again, rings again, a smear here, a dropped herb there. But the room is not in ruin. It is simply lived in. And that, after all, has been the work of the day, not to keep life from touching the castle, but to keep its touch from becoming neglect. Agnes says little now. She moves with the slow confidence of someone putting away a day. Together you clear the final cups from the lower board, wipe the obvious spills, gather the loose crusts for scraps, straighten the benches enough that morning will not begin in resentment, and collect the last useful candle stubs. The rushes nearest the hearth are nudged into better order with the broom. A cloth forgotten on the dais is folded and set aside. At the hall door, one last muddy mark is wiped from the threshold stone. Then there is nothing left that cannot wait until dawn. That realization comes almost quietly. You stand near the hearth with the ash bucket in one hand and the broom leaning against your leg, and the whole day seems to gather itself behind you, not in a sharp memory, but in one long procession of textures and scents. Wet rushes on stone, soot from rafters, sticky trestles, chamber pots and ash, stairs worn hollow by years, laundry steam and cold water, kitchen grease and onion, beeswax in the chapel, horse breath in the stables, draughts beneath doors, evening rushes underfoot, candles trimmed, fires banked. Why cleaning a medieval castle takes all day is no longer a question. It is the floor and then the floor again. It is every room having a different kind of dirt. It is every hour undoing the one before it. It is the road entering with mud, the meal ending in crumbs, the fire ending in ash, the bed ending in rumpled linen, the candle ending in wax, the horse ending in soiled straw, the weather ending in damp. It is the plain fact that a castle is not a monument but a living thing, and living things constantly ask to be tended. No one can quite agree whether such labour was thanked enough then, or understood enough now. Yet standing there in the dim warmth of the banked hearth, you feel a quiet truth in your tired body. Every bit of comfort in this place has been carried, scrubbed, wrung, lifted, or swept into existence by hands like yours. Agnes takes the broom from you at last and leans it by the wall. "That will do," she says. 4 simple words, and somehow they are the richest gift the day has offered. You step back from the fire. The dog rises at once, stretches in one long elegant curve, and comes to stand beside you. The hall behind is nearly empty now. The candles burn lower. Somewhere above, a shutter taps once and goes still. The castle has not fallen silent, not entirely. Stone places never do. There will always be a cough, a footstep, a horse shifting, a coal settling, a beam giving one old creak to the dark. But the labouring day is over. What remains is the hush after effort. You find your place at last near the side wall where the warmth still reaches and the draught does not. Your hands are too tired to feel properly your own. Your boots are marked with the whole day's geography. There is soot at your cuff, ash in the seam of your sleeve, and one last bit of hay caught somehow near your hem. Yet the castle around you, for this brief and gentle hour, feels held. The fire breathes low. The candles lean smaller. The rushes soften under the last passing feet. And the great stone place, which asked everything of your day, finally asks only that you be still. The night deepens around the walls, and with it comes the wind down, slow as embers settling. The hall grows dimmer still, and the voices in the distance thin until they are no more than murmurs carried softly through the stone. The fire, banked and patient, no longer leaps but glows, a warm red breathing in the hearth, as if the castle itself has at last laid down its burdens. You sit with your back to the wall, and let the ache of the day become something quieter, less like labour now, and more like the deep heaviness that comes before sleep. Around you, everything softens. The benches stand straight enough. The tables, wiped and dim in candlelight, hold only a few last cups and the faint scent of ale and bread. The rushes underfoot release their final green sweetness whenever someone passes, and even that passing is rare now. Somewhere above, a door closes with care instead of haste. Somewhere farther off, a horse shifts on clean straw and settles again. The chapel candle burns down in its little pool of gold. A guard by the gate draws his blanket closer. The old nurse turns once beneath her wool and goes still. The dog circles twice beside the warm hearth edge and lies down with a sigh, as if even loyalty has grown sleepy. You breathe in wood smoke, beeswax, old stone, and the faint clean trace of herbs crushed beneath the day. It no longer feels like a list of tasks. It feels like one long world, dim and worn and kindly enough for rest. The soot stays in the rafters. The walls keep their drafts. Morning will bring new ash, new mud, new crumbs, new work. But that is not tonight's trouble. Tonight the castle is quiet. Tonight the floors are swept as well as floors can be, the fires are kept, the blankets wait folded, and the darkness beyond the shutters cannot quite get in. So you let your eyes grow heavy. You let the stone hold its silence around you. You let the long medieval day drift away, room by room, candle by candle, until all that remains is warmth, shadow, and the low, steady comfort of a place that has finally, briefly, been put to rights. End of script. Sweet dreams.